Usually, most tests, even the most basic quantitative test you would have heard of is called the chi-square test. It requires a sample of a certain number, because if you don't have that, there are other tests for smaller samples. So we know this talk is not enough to tell you what the different tests will be, but you should be able to figure out through the reading of the paper whether the sample was statistically significant enough in terms of the size. To know what is the sampling frame. Now, normally papers don't mention their frame. A good paper will. What is a frame? A good paper will say this, the sampling of this paper was done by creating a frame from the electoral rolls, or creating a frame from the university rolls, or whatever it is that we are studying. So we want a comprehensive one, and we want to know whether it was discussed or not. So when we read papers, look out for these things. Or at the minimum, the paper should mention, please go to this site, which will explain where this data comes from, right? So there needs to be that, enough of that. Whether how the sample is drawn, representativeness, these are important things. Then, of course, is the questionnaire comprehensive? Now, in most papers, we won't see the questionnaire, we won't see the instrument, because they will just analyze, they won't give this. So some papers will append this at the end of their paper. So look out for appendices, especially if you're reading a book. There will be an appendix with the instrument. Look out for them. Look to see whether the questions that we used were comprehensive. Were there any other issues that needed to be discussed? Are there any limitations which they are not acknowledging, right? And this is important because when we are critiquing a paper, it's very natural for us to say things like, oh, they only study men, they don't study women. But that's not an effective criticism if they started the paper by saying there was only data on men, right? Then our criticism is kind of an ad hominem, kind of knee-jerk reaction. It's not a reaction based on what was it that the paper set out to do. So knowing what they set out to do is very crucial for figuring out, did they do it, right? Rather than, I wanted this to be done in this paper and it's not done. It's not you doing that paper. You're reading somebody else's research. And about response rates, if they mention those things. Also, whether they talk about statistical methods, whether those methods are appropriate. Quantitative papers sometimes feel like a lot of technical jargon because they assume that the reader has some basic information. Now, that can happen if it's a specialist journal. It's more likely to happen. But in non-specialist journals, most quantitative papers require that enough explanation be provided of whatever the technique is. For example, let's say they're doing a regression analysis. A good paper would be one which, even for a non-specialist, would explain what that regression was. How, even if you can't read the regression, as a reader, I can't read the regression. I will, by reading the text, understand what the regression was aiming to do. And that is a way to gauge whether a paper is good or not. As I mentioned previously, knowing whether tables and figures are clear. I'm going to show us some examples later of how we might look at some tables and figures very briefly. Whether they have hypotheses, whether the hypotheses make sense. I'm also going to, for 5 minutes, show you a published paper and show you the structure of the paper. So you can see what are the components, how do they lie in that paper, and whether they conclusions are commensurate with the data. Now, this part is very tough. This part is the part that requires specialist knowledge, because it's only once you know the technique are you able to gauge whether they use the correct technique, right? So for this, whether the results were commensurate with, or the tests they picked were commensurate with the questions, would require some technical knowledge. The rest of it we can do even without technical knowledge. And even if we don't have technical information, reading the conclusions, and the conclusions that are effectively written should usually be a sufficient thing for us to gauge a paper, at least the second kind of reading of the paper. Now, when we think about quantitative data and we think about different forms of analysis, and there can be different kinds of analysis we can do at the most basic level, we are basically thinking about describing. That's our first thing that we set out to do, is to describe. You all know that purposes of research are, there are three main purposes: exploratory, descriptive, explanatory. Quantitative research tends to lie between the descriptive and the explanatory. It's very rarely exploratory, right? So it's going to be more descriptive, explanatory. The first thing at the most basic level we are interested in is knowing the patterns. And then second stage is knowing whether we can compare those patterns. So one example is, what are the patterns of participation in the classroom in University A? A comparison would be University A with University B. And then we can see what those patterns potentially were. And in this, we use different kinds of descriptives. Statistically, if you see papers that talk about things like measures of central tendency, measures of dispersion, they talk about frequency distribution, etc. Those are descriptives. So there's nothing causal there. That is just a person describing their data. They're describing what the patterns are in their data. The causal is basically a bit more advanced. It's when we start to hypothesize, when we start to say that we have a potential causal connection between one variable and another variable, usually called an independent and a dependent variable. Once we start to establish those, that is when we are moving to explanation, the causal explanation. Here, you will see papers that you will be able to identify as causal when they do things like chi-square tests, which is hypothesis testing, or they do correlations, or they do regressions, right? Correlation is not causation. Correlation is just a test of, so another form of a test of association, but a regression would be causal. This is where you would be able to see whether a series of factors has an impact on an outcome. And as I said, I'll just show you an example. We want to be able to find, so once is in the reading of it, we want to be able to identify whether this is a descriptive paper, whether this is a causal paper, because it helps us if we are using their results in our literature review or in our analysis. At the second stage, when we are writing, it helps us to know whether our research is causal or our research is purely descriptive. For many of us who might put ourselves within what's called qualitative research, some people here might identify as ethnographers. We know that ethnography includes the quantitative, right? It's not, we can't ignore the quantitative within ethnographic research. Then a descriptive might be sufficient for us. We might not need to go into the causal necessarily with the quantitative, right? But if we are doing the kind of work that I do, for example, in which I'm looking at cause effect, does education impact social mobility? Then I need to do causal analysis. I mean, there's no other way for me to be able to answer that question. Now, when we are thinking about writing, we want to think about the form our writing is going to take. So of course, as I said, heavily going to depend on the purpose of your research. So let's say that the purpose of my research is to analyze the patterns of social mobility in Delhi and to study whether education impacts those patterns. What kind of research do you think this is? Is it descriptive or is it explanatory? It's actually both. Because I started by saying, what are the patterns of social mobility? In that, there is nothing causal. To establish a pattern is just to establish a descriptive pattern. It's to say, women have this proportion, upward mobility, downward mobility, lateral, horizontal mobility. That is just a pattern. But the second part of it actually says, what is the impact of one thing over another? So when we look at all of you, when you look at your thesis or any papers you're writing, look at your research question. Your research question will give you a hint of what kind of a purpose you're looking for. And you can lie within a combination. You can be descriptive causal, you can be only causal, you can be only descriptive, but your research question or the sub questions will determine what your approach is going to be. And this is of course going to, determine whether I'm going to do descriptive analysis or whether I'm going to do inferential analysis, or whether this question, the one I'm giving you as an example, would require both descriptive and inferential analysis. Now, when we're thinking about writing, there are different stages we go through. A lot of these are things you have covered already, so I'll go through them. No, I won't spend too much time on them. But the first one we want to do is to think about our problematic. In quantitative research, this is usually the stage when we start to figure out not just our question, but also the potential hypotheses within that question. Qualitative research might have hypotheses, but they are not framed as hypotheses the same way as they are done in quantitative research. So you want to be able to pick your hypotheses as tied to your problematic, need to be able to identify data. This form of writing data is its own art. How do you describe your data, right? what are the minimum things you should include when you're talking about the data? As I mentioned, when we are reading, we want to know what is its spread, the geographic spread, what is its frame, what is the sampling strategy, what is the sampling size, what was left out. All of these things we also want to write. When we write about data, we want to cover all of these components. Not only how did we do it, but what were we not able to do. So if it's representative, what is likely not to have been represented? That maybe the frame was incomplete or whatever those reasons would be. So identifying our data, writing about the data is a very important component of doing research and communicating ideas. If we are using secondary existing data, this is slightly easier to do because that data already exists and the organization or whoever collected that data has already written some kind of a method note that you can find. You will need to figure out how do you interpret their method note as relevant to your research. But when we're collecting primary data, then we need to be able to talk in detail in our writing about our design. We want to talk about the method that we use, which is how did we sample? Sampling is not, this is important, it's a side point, but a footnote. Sampling is not just something we do in quantitative research. Sampling is also something we consider in qualitative research. Even if we feel what we're doing is serendipitous, I'm going to the field and just meeting people, there is a kind of a dynamic of a sample that I finally end up with. Because it's likely there might be some people I didn't talk to or some groups of people I could not approach. So thinking about sample, regardless of method, is crucial. What is my instrument? How do I implement it? How did I collect it? So did I do a survey? What did I do? And did I clean my data? Now, data cleaning in quantitative research is a specific element of quantitative research. It's usually done as something called, big organizations do what's called a 5% back check. So they randomly select 5% of their survey, for instance, and then they will check whether it's entered correctly, whether it's, there's any coding error, etc. How do we do that? We can also do that on a smaller scale. We can select a few randomly and see whether we coded it correctly, whether we assign the right codes to it, right? Because we do coding at different levels. If you're doing qualitative data analysis, your coding is usually taking place post hoc, after your data has been collected. If you're doing a survey, you're actually doing the coding in the design itself. You're identifying your closed-ended questions codes, right? However, in a survey, I can also have open-ended questions. I can have a question that says, what social class do you think you belong to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, upper, middle, lower, whatever. And then I can have a question that follows it that says, why do you think you belong to this class? And I don't give options, right? So now once my survey is done, I actually have very rich information, qualitatively rich information about why do they think they belong to a particular class. I will then need to code. Right? Because if I'm going to do quantitative analysis, it still needs to be coded. If I'm doing qualitative analysis, we still do coding in qualitative data analysis. And so that process is important and we need to write about that. In the method section of our thesis, especially if you're working on a thesis, this is crucial. If we're writing an academic paper, this is done in a slightly more brief level. We don't go into as much detail, but in a thesis, it should be very detailed. How did you code? How did you clean? What were the problems, etc. And then we want to write about the analysis that we did. How did we interpret it? And we want to be able to visualize data, right? This is an advantage of quantitative research, particularly that we can use very effective visuals to display whatever we want to. And I'll show us some visuals in a moment. All right. Now, there are different components to any writing. This is a very generic outline, and I'm going to discuss very briefly how the same outline evolves depending on what the purpose of your writing is. So the first is that usually we have an abstract, we have an introduction, we have some literature. In most writings, this literature and introduction are interchangeable or they merge together. And I'll discuss how that works. We have concepts, questions, hypotheses, methods, and data analysis findings. So we have these kinds of things that we need to be able to write about in different ways, but for different audiences, right? So one audience that we write is a proposal. Many of us will write either a grant proposal, or we will write a proposal for a PhD, or we will write a proposal for a postdoc, or we'll write a proposal to submit a paper for publication. So writing a proposal is its own craft, right? Now here, usually our introduction is very brief. In the literature review, we want a more thematic literature review, not a literature review that just lists a lot of readings, because proposals have very little space. So we want to be able to very succinctly say, and we'll use an example in a moment. We want a statement of problem in a proposal. That's very important. How do we say there is a gap in the field? And how is our work going to fill that gap that exists in the field? We want to write very clearly what our questions are, what our objectives are. That needs to be really very clear in a proposal, because you are basically saying, this is what I'm proposing to do. When this comes to a thesis, you'll see how it'll be a bit different in a thesis. We want to talk about methodology, very important. Many of us mistake methodology with method. They are not the same thing, and they should be written in a very different way. When we are talking of methodology, not all of us might have methodology in our proposal. We might only have method and techniques, which is fine. But if we are talking methodology, we need to be very clear about whether this is constructivist or positivist, and how does our method tie into this kind of a philosophy or the approach that we have. We need, particularly in a proposal, to be very clear about forms of data collection and our methods, right? Because we haven't done the research yet. We are proposing. So we need to be very clear about what is it we are proposing. Potentially, sometimes we need chapterization, mostly we don't. We will usually need an ethics statement and references in a proposal. Now you see, these are some of the same components we spoke about, but of course the analytic part is missing because we haven't done the analysis when our proposal is going on. On the other hand, when we write a thesis or a dissertation, we have all of those original components, but potentially in different ways. So we will have an abstract, we will have an introduction, we will have a literature review, we will have a conceptual framework should be a separate component of a thesis. It will be within your literature review chapter or your introduction. That stylistically depends on you, but there is a separate discussion on what are your key concepts. How do you derive them from the literature or from your own experience? And that is followed by the problem, questions, methodology. Usually in a thesis, one expects a methodology, data and method. And then the analysis part is usually broken up into different chapters. We don't do all the data analysis in one chapter. We do them thematically in different chapters. And then we have a discussion and followed by a conclusion. And usually, and this is important, I think we forget too much when we are doing very fast writing, that the conclusion should not be hanging in the air. The conclusion should lead back to your introduction. And so usually when we're writing a thesis, the introduction chapter is often the last thing we finalize. We will write it in the beginning, of course. When we are starting, we're writing our introduction. But the last thing we finalize is usually the introduction, not the conclusion, because we're kind of connecting now the conclusion to that introduction. So both will be written parallelly, finalized, edited finally towards the end. And we want correct references and appendices. I think you've had a discussion on these themes. Some of the do's and don'ts, before I go into much more reading of text, is we need to be aware of our audience, especially if you're writing. This now are do's and don'ts for writing rather than reading. We should be aware of our audience. So if my audience is only an examiner, then I'm going to write very differently from if that audience is is the academic community, or if it's public policy, or if it's a government body, I'm going to write differently. Precise writing and avoiding vague statements are very important. Quantitative researchers are usually much better at precise writing because there is a very direct kind of way in which variables are set up, hypothesis is set up in a certain way, models are made in a certain way, and analysis. But this is something it comes through practice. None of us are born with the skill of precise writing. This actually comes through a lot of trial and error, practicing our writing. More crucially, we want arguments, not opinions. Right? My opinion is this is not a very good conclusion from something or any form of writing, but I make this argument on the basis. And how is an argument different from an opinion? An argument is derived from whatever that either the literature was or the data was. It comes after the inference. It comes after my analysis that I start to build an argument. We want more focused writing, which means that there should be a connection between each component of our writing. And so our conclusion should hark back to the introduction, etc. We want to avoid superfluous language and have more accessible forms of communication. This is really tough for quantitative researchers. So even when we are reading their papers, sometimes it seems like the jargon is too much. They use terms that I do not understand. A good paper would have good footnoting that would explain these. And they would say, this is what this method means, or I'm using it like this. But some papers would assume a basic level of, specialization. We want to think about flow of text, connections between different components of our text. What is our abstract? Abstract is written even after the introduction and conclusion. Abstract is the last thing we write, not the first thing we write, because the abstract, a good abstract includes what? It includes our research area, the question, the primary hypotheses, if we want to mention them, but the question is sufficient, the data and the methods and our results. A good abstract is one which includes the results, not one that just leaves it open for the reader to read the paper to figure out the results. That's not good. We want to consider voice, active voice, especially quantitative researchers tend to write much more active, first person. In this model, I did this. I use this to explain this. But whatever you pick as your voice, first, second, third person, omniscient. I don't know if you had a discussion on voice, but there are different voices we have for writing. We can write in the third person, you can write in the first person. Whatever you pick, it needs to be consistent throughout. You can't switch between voices, narrative voices when we are writing. And we need to consider editing and whatever the limitations are. And in quantitative research, this is particularly relevant because we see too much misuse of quantitative data in which people only show the results that match their, whatever the hypothesis was. And if the hypothesis is not proven, right? Statistically, though, we can't prove hypothesis. We only disprove the null hypothesis. But if the hypothesis is not proven, people will think that they didn't do their research properly. Actually, not finding proof for your hypothesis is a result, because it tells us that whatever our assumption was probably not being met in the real world, right? So not finding proof is also a result. And we need to work through several drafts and the nuance of what we're doing. Now, I want to move on to visual displays, and I'll talk briefly about how do we think about visual displays. One is that at the basic level, they help us record what we're doing, and they help describing. Some people, however, use visuals, tables or figures in replacement for text, and that's all right, as long as they're explained and anchored within our writing. But usually text does both things. It records, but it also allows the interpretation through the visual, all right? It helps us to, of course, summarize data. It can be pleasing, grasps a story. It applies to both tables and figures. When we think about tables and figures, we need to think about whether we are describing individual variables or a relationship between variables. The graphs we make will look very different. If it's me just going to the field and I want to talk about what is the age distribution in my neighborhood, then I can just use a histogram and it can be one graph. But if I want to talk about in what way age impacts on income in the neighborhood that I'm studying, there I've got two variables. So I'm going to make a graph which is a bar chart or a line graph. So they're going to be different from one in which is only one variable being described. The type of graph is depends on the type of variable. We don't have the time to go through this, but this is just to tell you that if your variables are at the nominal level, we cannot use a histogram, right? And if your variables are at a continuous level, which is interval level, we don't usually use a bar chart. We'll use a histogram. So depending on your level of measurement of the variable, we're going to pick the right kind of graphic. We're going to check whether the axes are consistent, and we are not only going to talk about data which is relevant to our project. We're actually going to look at the entirety of the data. So this is an example of a visual display. So this is from my book. You can see that there are components. I don't really care about the finding here for today's talk. I care more about what are the components of this graph. You'll notice that figures usually have the title below, tables have the title above. And usually this is standard procedure, all right? We want to have a number. Each figure must have a number. and a clear title, along with, you'll notice at the bottom, a source. The source can either be that this figure is made from this table, or from this website I got this data, or whatever that source is. And then we want axes to be very clearly labeled. So we say over here, these are the census years. Here we say these are the odds ratios. And we can then be able to talk about that these blocks here are the ratios and how it's changing over time. We can talk about gender and literacy, gender and education, looking at this, because this is for women's literacy, men and women's literacy through the census. We can also make, and this is from the census provisional documents of 2011, we can also make tables like this. Now this table has a lot of information, right? It has years and it has percentages, it has changes in percentages, which is basically one minus the other, because what changed between 1911 and 1901, etc. Now we can visually see potentially where changes might take place, but it's much easier if it looks like this, right? It is the same information that they have made through this graphic. Now we can through this see that literacy, or whatever this crude literacy rate is, has actually gone up. But there are moments where there is potential stagnation that is also around the census pre and post partition. So you know, definitional issues, collection of data can be issues. This helps us, the visual helps us, even though the table was correct, there was nothing wrong with the table. This is just easier to grasp in how we do. But again, we need to be able to label our axes correctly. The other form of graphic is what is called a heat map. Some of you might have seen them. How do we read a heat map? Usually there is a key that is given, all right? So this is from a paper by Sam Asher et al., in which they're looking at upward mobility through geographic location. And what they do is they have the map of India, in which they have calculated upward mobility rates. And they have said that, you know, the darker one is low mobility, and the greener, the more it goes towards dark green, is higher mobility. Now, visually, we can identify, this is why it's called a heat map. Visually, we can identify areas of low mobility, areas of high mobility. The other thing and the final thing around graphs is how do we make them in an effective way? So we can have something like this. This is an output from a table. This is from the National Election Survey, and I have some information. Now, we can make it like a pie chart. So the title is given, each of the pie slices has a proportion. Pie charts are the least useful if you have too many categories, because then you can't really identify what each section may be. But the same information can be shown in a bar chart. Now see, pie chart was tougher. I had to look at the percentages, whereas in the bar, I can very clearly see which is the category, the non-literate with the highest proportion, right? But now here, importantly, my axes are not going from 0 to 100. My axes are going from 0 to 35. So my interpretation will be according to that. Like I cannot say, oh, this is nearly 100% are non-literate. Clearly not. This is, I've truncated my axes to fit into my slide. So when you read papers, be very careful if they've truncated the axes, what kind of axes that they are using. So what are the main components we've already covered? A title, a meaningful title, the source, the sample size, what is in the rows, what is in the columns or the axis, which kind of percentages are useful. Normally counts are not useful, frequencies are not useful, but frequency percentage is useful. And which percentages to show, not to clutter whatever we are making. Now, the last thing that I'll cover before I'll switch over to just showing us one paper and how that paper does it is, if we're writing academically, what are the things we've already discussed? How do we position them? The first, when we're thinking about an introduction, think about the introduction as a space where you talk about your puzzle. Quantitative researchers over here talk about what is the unexplained, what is the thing that is unclear to us, and how this might relate to existing work. So you will notice people will start by saying, XYZ has done this, ABC has done this. However, the gap is this. This is the puzzle that it leads to, and now I want to study that puzzle. When we think about questions and hypotheses, we don't have one main question only. We will have sub-questions. Each of them might require a different technique, a different form of data analysis. Some might be descriptive, some might be causal. We want to talk about our data and method, if it's secondary or primary, as I mentioned. If we are talking about our data, The components I've discussed previously, but they include things like unit of analysis, whether time is important, is this cross-sectional, is it longitudinal, what is the population, etc., as previously discussed, analysis and conclusion. I want to just focus on one thing very briefly, is literature review, especially as tied to quantitative research. Because as I said, many of us might not read quantitative papers or do a quantitative analysis, but we might read quantitative papers. If we want to use them in our research, some of the things to look out for, you know why you do a review. We do a review because it helps us to understand, summarize scholarship. But for us as researchers who work quantitatively, it helps us to know the concept, how others defined it. How did they measure it? How did they operationalize it? What kinds of surveys did they use? We want to be able to, use that as a benchmark. We want to talk about the broader field and understand it. And more importantly, any kind of methods that we have, we want to be able to clarify. So the literature review actually serves many purposes. It's not just there to show the reader or to show your supervisor, etc., that I've done my reading. It's actually there to show why your research is relevant. And we want to think about audience length, etc. Now, the part I want to focus on very briefly is the structure of a review, especially when we're thinking through quantitatively or with any form of data. We can either do a literature review, which is chronological, which means it goes, this person did it in 1927, then this person in the 1930s, 1940s. That's purely chronological. Or we can do a methodological, and which more specialist people do methodological reviews, in which they might say, okay, so quantitative researchers did use these techniques. It began by doing descriptives because, let's say Durkheim didn't have access to regression techniques and was doing some kind of descriptive analysis in his book on suicides. And then we have this information. And then it moves on to how those methods have developed. So that becomes a methodological kind of review. Or we have what's called a thematic. And most of us usually do a thematic review. A thematic review is where we start to build an argument. We're not just reading and just throwing lots of authors onto the paper. We're actually trying to connect between these different authors. And we want to relate to their findings. So our own review can be either thematic, or it can be a combination of thematic, chronological, thematic, methodological. And of course, we structure our review by introduction to our review, the body of our review, and the conclusion of our review. Now, a good way to do a useful review when we're starting out is by using annotated bibliographies. And you might have had a discussion. I don't know if you've had a discussion on annotated bibliographies. So I'll just very briefly talk about what it is. Because I have about 10 more minutes and then I will end. An annotated bibliography is basically where we want to talk about the citation of the paper, a summary of the paper in our words, not by copy pasting them. Some of their findings where we can copy paste what they found with referencing, and evaluation of the paper and the relationship of this paper to our research. So an annotated bibliography is basically something we should start right from the beginning of doing research. Everything that we read, we keep a separate document and we just keep adding that. And I want to show you an example of how I do an annotated bibliography, right? So this will give you a sense of how it's done. So let's say I have a paper that I've read. I have a full citation of that paper. Then I start by saying, in their study of mobility of men in India, so I'm very clear about the domain of what they are studying, of men in India, they use, and then I mention, they use this data set. So I very clearly say, what is their data coming from? And they are interested in looking at persistent inequalities, community, class, etc. Then I use some quotes from them about what is their finding, because I found this useful, but with a reference, right, with the page number, so that I know that if I cite this in my text, it's going to be a correct form of citation. Then I talk about how they use different kinds of techniques like inflow, outflow, mobility. I technically say what are the techniques they are using. And finally, I say, why is it relevant to me? I say, this relates to their other paper that they've written. And then I have this thing that says see below. So I have their other papers annotated bibliography as well. And it's relevant to me because, and I write this statement at the end of it saying, why is this relevant to me? Including that they don't consider women, even though the data has women. So that could be a good starting point to do a gender perspective. So this becomes, now this I do for all my papers or whatever we read. Eventually what this is, it's basically helping you write your literature. It's because after this, whenever you start to sit down to do your literature review, you don't have to go, oh, I had read a paper 6 months ago and that paper had been really good, where did I keep it? Now you actually have this thing in which you already written, and this is in your own words, you've written what it is, so you can use this and you can build your own literature review. So annotated bibliographies are very important. And as are issues of ethics about who controls the data, what is the context of the data, and ethical issues go from design right up to communicating our results. So I just want to share with you one more page. So I think the people online should be able to see it. I'll just share it 1 minute. I'm just sharing another sheet with you. You all can see it, right? Yeah. And can you see it online? I hope you can. Yeah, you can see it online. All right. So I'm just using this as one example, all right, of how we might read a paper or potentially also write one. This is a very interesting paper. It's a paper on the sinking of the Titanic. Now, we all know that the Titanic sank more than 100 years ago. And there is actually data around the Titanic, a lot of data. I use this paper in the courses that I teach around mixed methods. How do we think about mixed methods? So what are the components of the paper? The first is the abstract. In the abstract, you see that they build an argument right from the abstract, saying, while several authors have argued about mixed methods, there is a lack of it. It's, the goal of this paper is, and then they write a statement. What is the data they're using? They're using something called a Titanic data set. It exists. There's a database, and then they are demonstrating. So what is the purpose of demonstrating the usefulness of mixed methods in the work that we do? And then they say, what do we find? So all of those things that I mentioned that are components of an abstract are here. Yours might look a bit different because your data might be a bit different, but these components will be there, including the results of it. And then they have useful keywords. Then when I look at the structure of the paper, it starts with an introduction, as do most of the research that we do. So they say the question of, and so their purpose is not really only to study the Titanic. Their purpose is really to study the usefulness of mixed methods. So they're talking about its usefulness, what is being fiercely contested. Then they say what has been found. 96.5% of first-class female passengers survived, compared to 15% of third-class male passengers and 1.5% of the restaurant crew. So they're saying that the survivor data from the Titanic shows us there's a class, but also an occupation-based survival rate. And the only way to really study this is not only quantitatively, but qualitatively. And they argue, and then they go on to say that the data we are using, we are integrating qualitative content analysis and survival testimonies, because there are testimonies of those who survived, along with survival analysis, which is a quantitative technique, which is basically a form of regression analysis, this survival analysis, to see what factors influence surviving this thing. And they talk about the policies of women and children first, that might have led to more women surviving rather than men surviving, etc. And this passage is the most important passage in any paper, and in your thesis you must have this at the end of your first introductory section, which is the plan going forward. And they say that we review the literature in part 2. In part 3, they say that we discuss qualitative and quantitative data. In part 4, we describe the method. In part 5, we talk about results, and then we discuss them. This one passage helps the reader so much to anchor themselves within your text. And even if most of you are research scholars, even if you were MA students, I would say in an examination, having this passage in the beginning of answering a question actually helps the examiner know what is the way that they're actually doing their research. Doesn't take much time, and it really helps you to also focus your structure yourself further. Then they talk about, they have a section on sociological explanations. This is what we would call a literature review. Here they are doing, as you notice, they use in-text citation. We know what in-text citation is. So they're using in-text citation. They're talking about what others have found. They're talking about what they're aiming to do, not aiming to do. So they say things like, we are not debunking this because it's not useful. We are doing this instead. So they're using previous work to talk about gaps in it. And then they're saying how they might go around doing it. They talk about sociological explanation, mixed methods. And then this is the very interesting section. And quantitative researchers especially like to have sections like this. They want to talk about where are the hypotheses coming from. And one of the things they do, and this is the visual part of it, is they start by talking about the figure. All right. So they say these are the survival statistics that we have, which tell us, if you look over here, you can see first class passengers were more likely to survive. These are women. The lighter gray is women and the darker gray is men. We can already see that there's a much higher survival rate of women first class passengers, as well as for women crew members, restaurant crews, because they were higher up on the deck. And we have a much lower survival rate of women third class passengers. So it's not like all women survived. Clearly, there was a class-based survivor of who was put into the lifeboats of the Titanic. Similarly, we can see for men, the deck crew were more likely to survive because they were already on the deck. And the crew that worked inside were much less likely to survive. So they say this they're using as descriptive. This is descriptive. There's nothing inferential here yet. All this description is telling them is that potentially class and where you were placed on the ship made a difference, potentially. Now they want to be able to study in what way did it make that difference. And the rest of their paper is basically, you can see over here, they're explaining what those different findings are from that graph. So they're not just limiting it. And then they're arriving at hypotheses. One is around gender, one is around class, one is around age. So they're building hypotheses from that one descriptive figure. And this hypothesis they will then test, and then they have a section called data and method. In that section, they talk about what is their quantitative data set. See, a lot of people not only survived, there were also a lot of legal cases after the Titanic sank, both in the US and in the UK, where the Titanic set out from. So it set out from the UK and it was going to New York, right? So in both countries, there were legal cases. Those cases have also been archived. So there's a lot of qualitative data that exists around the Titanic. There are also letters that survivors wrote to family members. All of them are archived. You can go online and check it out. There's a massive data set. And they are showing us how we can look at different forms of data. What are the variables that potentially exist in the data? Quantitatively, we want to write about our variables. How are we going to use it? And then they move on to the analysis. So don't do the analysis without this background information of data, variables, hypotheses, all that takes place first. And then they use, and I'll take one example of an analysis. They use something called a survival, so they're calling it a proportional hazards model. It's how do I read it if I'm not a specialist? Essentially, I read it by first reading the heading and then reading what's at the bottom, which is the R. The text explains. Always when we have things like this, essentially what this means is each model has a few of the variables. So the first model only controls for gender and whether it was a child or not. The second model controls for social class as well. Class that they were booked into, the class 1, 2, 3, that cabins that they had, and the occupation. Then the third one, what was their country? Did nationality make a difference? And we can see the stars. What do the stars say? Any quantitative thing that we read, the stars indicate whether it's statistically significant or not. The more the stars, the more the statistical significance, as in it's significant. The 3 stars usually means it's significant at the 0% level or the 0.0001% level. 2 stars usually means at the 1% level, and 3 stars means at the 5%. 1 star means at the 5% level. Stars tell us whether this component had an impact or not. We can already see that being a child or not did not have an effect, but gender clearly did. It has a positive, and there's a positive sign. When we look at what occupation people had, if they were restaurant crew, it was a negative probability of surviving. And if they were a deck crew, positive probability of surviving. So I don't need to understand the numbers. I just need to understand what are they indicating to be able to read what this is. And of course, in one discussion, we can't talk about how do we do reading of tables and figures, but I hope through this, we get a sense of how we might be able to write at least basics, quantitatively, but particularly how we might be able to read, because at the end of it, they have a results. And then they talk, I mean, there were a lot of graphics and they're relating, interestingly, they're relating the qualitative with the quantitative and they're having a discussion. And finally, in the end, they will have a conclusion. What do they find in relation to the study that they were interested in about the use of mixed methods? So as I said, I use examples like this in the classroom to talk about how we might do different kinds of analysis. And I hope this was useful. I'll stop now because my 1 hour is over, exactly on time. And now you can ask me questions. Thank you. Great. Any questions, including, I know for online, this is a bit, we are separated by distance, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. Or the questions over here. Yeah.
Gives suggestions on where you should change the voice in your writing.
Correct.
It does give suggestions of passive voice actually. Like, it's written in passive voice, it's considered writing in active. But while writing, what I realized is with my own writing, that when it comes to the literature review section, I tend to write more in passive voice. But the rest of the section, the methodology, introductions, all of that is in active voice. And you mentioned that we should stay consistent with the choice of the voice. So we haven't had a session on that, and this is my only question.
Yeah. So all right. It's true that I said we don't switch voices, but then there are different purposes a literature review serves. A literature review is done at a stage where this is work that's already been done. So we are more likely to write in the passive voice because this is something that has already been found and we are kind of summarizing what already exists. So I wouldn't see this as a contradiction. I would say that when we are doing our own analytic writing, we shouldn't switch between voices. Now, Grammarly and many other tools will include indicators, hints that you're switching voice. Even if we don't use them, even if you're using Word, you'll recognize a word underlines things in blue if it feels that voice actually. So this, I would say, use tools as effectively as you can potentially use them. The problem comes because recently I was giving a similar lecture to undergraduates and they were saying, what is the problem if I just use AI? If I've already done my literature and I've collected everything and written it and now I feed it to AI and let AI tell me how to write it. And I said, if you've done all the work of actually getting to that stage, then AI is going to change. There is the ethical issue. Also, people like me who read a lot and who have to evaluate a lot, we have AI tools that evaluate whether something is written AI. And I can put all the papers I received through that tool and it tells me this is 60% AI and this is 40%. You don't want to get stuck when you're publishing or writing or being examined at that level. But the other is that each of us has a very distinct voice. I can talk about these are components of a project, but at no stage did you hear me say you should only have this. Each of us will write very differently. We will have ways, for instance, we might be, if we use mixed methods of qualitative research, that we begin with a vignette. Quantitative researchers never begin with vignettes, right? Because we have a particular data set that we are talking about. Rarely will we use a vignette. So your form of writing is going to vary. I would say this is not a problem of having a literature which is more past tense, more passive, and having the rest of the text. But you would need to. So the problem, I'll tell you, is I wrote my entire thesis in the first person, right? So I wrote it as I did this, I find, I did. In a lot of published work I've written, we have found, because we were two authors. But over here, when I came, I was told that we do not write in the first person. Theses are written only in the third person. And I have my own personal opinion about this. So everybody writing online or present here has to consider this in terms of who your audience. That's why I said your audience is. If your audience expects the writing, like your examiner, and your institution usually does it in the third person, then it might be useful. Or there are, and because I work with books and journals, there are some journals that say we do not accept paper in first person. They say that very directly, which means anyway, if I submit something to them, I have to reframe how I wrote my own research. So know your audience, find out in advance what is required, so that helps you structure it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Akanksha.
mentioned that in quantitative, when we do the data collection, at that time, and but in the qualitative, we are doing after the data collection. But what if I'm using the survey in the qualitative? Do I need to consider the coding at the time of
Which but if you've got survey closed-ended questions, they are less likely that, I mean, so the data can be qualitative. You know that survey data is not just quantitative data. The information is qualitative, that is quantified. I might then want to write that in my qualitative research, that, you know, these percentages and all, there is no problem over there, right? But the coding, what I mean by coding is those options have already been pre-coded into a survey, whereas open-ended questions, we might have a sense of what people might say. So what, I might have a sense people might say social classes because the aspirations or whatever, but I don't know until I've actually got the qualitative, you know, open-ended information back, and I will now need to code it at that stage. You know that qualitatively we can do axial coded, nesting coding. We have different forms of coding for qualitative data as well. So I'm saying that we do them at different stages depending on how we are collecting that data. Yeah.
So, usually when we talk about methods,
Yeah.
we in qualitative also talking about data collection methods, not about data analysis methods. And so at what stage does one write about methodology? Because I would think that analysis shapes that more than collection.
No, but you can't analyze without, see, all of them are really connected to each other. We cannot, I mean, it'll be very difficult for me to analyze anything if I didn't already know that this was my objective and this was how I was going to collect the data, right? So I would think that in a way, I mean, it's a very simplified way of thinking about it, but they're potentially nested like this. That methodology, within methodology is nested method, within method is technique, and after all of this is the analytic. Now, it could be, and this is where I say that sometimes it's like where you put the cart in front of the horse situation, is if we start by saying, I am a survey researcher or I'm an ethnographer, I've basically said that my method comes first. So my analytic trope is already given to me, and that's come first. So ideally, we don't do that. Even ethnographers wouldn't do that. They would say you could have a constructivist position or an interpretive point of view, and then the way that you interpret your data, which is the analysis part of it, is going to vary depending on whether I was using one particular approach or another, right? So ideally that should come first. There is a iteration in research constantly. So even when I teach the ideal typical, right? Which is I come first with a research question, then I have my hypothesis, and then I have my data, and then, but sometimes the data throws up things that I go, oh no, this question I didn't ask. Similarly, with qualitative research, I can go to the field and be like, oh no, I never even considered this perspective. So this iteration, it's not fixed, right? Sometimes we're told that having a research design is like a blueprint of how you build a building. It's not. Once a building is fixed, it's fixed. Your research is not necessarily that fixed. We have that capacity to move, but normally there will be an order, how we think about it. Yeah.
there's one question.
There's a question where? In the chat? Okay. Okay, so Aradhana is asking, can we only use chronological literature review while undertaking qualitative research? No, not really, because even if I'm undertaking qualitative research or quantitative, it doesn't matter. Ideally, what has more meaning, I feel, is a more thematic chronological, potentially, or purely thematic, which is that we are having that there are certain themes that are the key themes we want to pursue in our literature. And then within that, we can do it chronologically. We can say that Marx came first and spoke about class like this, and Weber came, contradicted or critiqued it, and then said this, and then neo-Marxists do this and neo-Weberians do this. So we can have that as a chronological, but there is a thematic, which is first I'm talking about class, then I'm potentially talking about status, then I'm talking about aspirations. These are different thematics that are there. And eventually, though, your review will bring all of this together, because when you write your statement of purpose, which usually follows the literature review, I need to have brought all of these together. Yeah. There's another one.
Yeah.
Huh. Shall I take this? There's one over here that says I'm using mixed methods for my study. I've completed the survey part. I'll do some case studies. Should I do interviews only after analyzing whole quantitative? Oh, can I do it side by side? So now it depends. You've already, this is Junaid. Junaid, we've had this conversation many times. Once we are having a discussion, once we are designing our project, right? This is an interesting question Junaid is asking, because he's saying, once I've already done one part, do I analyze all of it and then do the other part? But actually in the design itself, we would have thought about whether this was something which was, going to be, together at the same time, convergent, as they say, or is it going to be sequential in any sort of way? So Junaid, if you've already collected data, the richness now is potentially analyzing it, finding the themes from it, and then doing the qualitative. However, sometimes we only have a limited time in the field. We don't have the freedom to come back, analyze, and go again. In that case, we want to design things in a way that we can collect both, and then we will do an analysis of both at the same time. There are strengths and weaknesses of both. In the first instance, if I'm doing them in steps, sequentially, I'm having the advantage of having some results that I then go qualitatively to query. In this, but it's going to take time and it's going to be difficult. In the second one, I have the advantage of time that I'm doing them both at the same time. However, I do not have the advantage of learning from the qualitative or learning from the survey, because I've done them both at the same time. All right? Yeah. Okay, so exploratory research will not usually have a hypothesis, because exploratory essentially means I want to find out whether this is even feasible. Now, when I use the term hypothesis here, the reason I use it is that quantitative researchers, a hypothesis is a very fixed inferential relationship between variables. In an exploratory research, you might not have it. That doesn't mean the same as saying that I go to the field as a tabula rasa, that this is a grounded, I'm saying you must do grounded research and we don't know anything and we let the field talk. We will have assumptions. All of us have them. And I might not use the term hypothesis. And I might have an assumption that when I go, this might be more important than that. Ideally, we want to avoid even that in exploration, because we want to know what is there. If we have too many assumptions, it also impacts. However, all of us have assumptions. All of us have read things. We are not in a world where we don't know anything about whatever the small areas we are studying is. So we need to be a bit realistic about, that's where the reflexive part comes in, that we have to be quite reflexive, not just in our writing, but also in the field, that we acknowledge that we have a advantage of our own positioning. And our positioning might mean that we are only observing some things and not others. How do we change that positionality, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I think sociology, we don't talk much about case study, because mostly it becomes for us, it's not.
Correct. Correct.
So does case study have, like, in context of writing a paper, suppose a single case study, how do we see it? Like, what kind of methods or methodology, how useful is it?
Yeah. So the case study is more of an approach in that sense, that we go, usually we'll do a case study if we are wanting to go really in depth into a particular example. Now, different people use cases differently. You'll notice if you ever read a public policy document or something that NGOs produce, they'll use cases as explanation, like, as examples of what happened. Sociologists want to do a little bit more than that. We want to be able to use the material. So we can use quantitative data along with qualitative. As you said, we can use that trope or whatever's included within an ethnography and try and use it within a case study. But the difference here would be that in an ethnography, I'm going to go beyond the case very much, because I'm not going to do one case. I'm going to be thinking very much about how different elements connect to each other. Whereas if I'm only using one case study and I'm writing a term paper with one case study, I'm already delimiting myself to either that individual or that group or that institution or whatever it is that I'm studying. But things like, what is my unit of analysis, observation, what are my variables, if there are any, all of those things you would still need to deal with within the case study approach as well. So when I'm surprised you say that we don't talk about it. Actually, when we do techniques, etc., here we talk a lot about case studies, but we talk about case studies as distinct from ethnography. Yeah, rather than only as a component of an ethnography.
We don't talk about case study, like we use it for our understanding.
Yeah.
We use it as examples, but not as an approach that we can be doing.
Yeah, but so if you read, I mean, there are texts around cases where you can take even an ethnographic paper. If you read a paper or a chapter of a book, you can try and identify whether they are using one or more cases to illustrate a point of view. So whether they're using one case to talk about, what is happening within that particular region, or they are actually not, they're really talking across different cases. You'll be able to identify it through your reading also. Similarly, you'll be able to use them in your writing the same way. Yeah. Yes. Huh.
We got given choices. The minimum word should be, the maximum word should be 150, or sometimes I have also done some cases with before PhD. PhD, I got very synopsis.
Correct.
So that is used correctly. So how?
So yeah. So the components that are mentioned can be written in 100 words and 150 words or 300 words. Most academic papers will have about 250 to 300 words is the usual abstract length. And you will notice the paper I showed you does not exceed that. But within that amount, it's able to cover all of those components, right? And so what can we let go of? Let's say if the word count is less, what can we let go of? Don't let go of what was your main research question. Don't let go of in one line just saying this is a qualitative study of JNU is usually more than enough, and then you can explain what it meant in the text. And don't let go of your primary result. It doesn't have to be in a lot of detail. And you can write the same thing in 100 words and in 200 words. We used to do practice writing for grant applications because we had to write a lot of grant applications. They would ask in the same application for 1,000 word, and then they'd say 300 words, and then they'd say 100 words. And you had to write the same thing so that they were also looking at whether can you focus down onto a particular kind of, this amount. So you can, I mean, it's about cutting out, it's a lot of cutting out articles and and the one with meaning, but cutting out superfluous, and it's possible. I think we're running out, and I also have another class, but there are 2 questions here. So let me see if I can answer this. How to use and analyze semi-structured interview data in our thesis. If you're using the ethnographic method, you would analyze it. You can do coding, you can do, it depends on you, whether you're doing a nested or axial coding. There are different ways. There is a book by Earl Babby, that talks about methods. You might find it useful. Sorry, I can't go into detail. And then the last one here, how should I write a literature review? Since the entire paper will focus on reviewing existing literature. Review-based paper. Yeah. So there are many papers. I would give you an example. I can't talk in detail. Again, we're running out of time. Just go to the annual review of sociology or the annual review of anthropology. There's annual reviews having all the disciplines. You will notice all of those papers are review papers, and you will see how thematically and through method, etc., they construct a review-based paper. So that will give you an example. And the last question is, what about if our major focus is qualitative and we are using quantitative to add value to it? That's not a problem. Quantitative can be used either as to substantiate an argument or can be the main focus. But if you're only using it to substantiate the argument, as a critic, I would ask, why use it at all? So be very clear about what value any method has in your paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am,
Thank
for joining us. And now I would like to request you all to join us for tea.
Asked to speak on the use of literature and use of secondary sources for research. So any one of you had any experience of reviewing literature at any stage in your academic engagement? So what have you been doing and how have you been doing it? And why have you been doing it?
Class.
ठीक है मैं बोलता तो आपके दर्शन करूं
कैसे इनको बात करें हम बताइए तो basically the understanding of what the earlier researchers have done on the specific area whatever we are looking from and it gives a substantive understanding of whatever we are aspiring to. The literature review gives a substantive idea whatever it has done. And we also try to find out whatever the gaps are there that is not done and whatever we are aspiring as a researcher to.
Review of literature.
So, ma'am, as of now, I'm working on the violence against sex workers. So, I'm trying to do the thematic analysis. I'm reading some literature on gender also, literature on how the past and corruption is associated, and the violence. So, I'm trying to segregate the literature, but at the same time, I'm trying to find out the interlink among them.
Anyone else? Who has reviewed literature? You did? And what did you do and how did you do? Many of you might be, it's always tempting to do a literature review through the AI. Use Elicit or one of those tools and the literature review is generated in a minute.
No, it makes a lot of mistakes.
It's very
Generalized, like if we go to AI and we ask it to generate the something, it's very
at the end of it, it also says, no, if you want more information on a specific topic, I could help you with that. Of course, we'll surely come to review of literature through the AI also. Let's not
But ma'am, for
throw it
example,
away.
my topic is on gender emancipation. And when I was looking into existing literature, they talked about Jain community as a whole. And if I go to AI, ChatGPT, and I ask, okay, what so and so book wrote on Jain renunciation specifically, it won't be able to answer me on that particular field. Or it will generate something which is not which does not even exist in the book.
Sure.
Wrong information, yes.
And then
that will be perilous.
And then your teachers are always sitting here to sort of catch you and say that this is obviously generated through the AI, because somehow teachers always get to know when you meander the other way. Let's start with a very fundamental question of why we need to review literature at all, why we need to look at other people's work, and to what extent, and what the scope of our literature review should be. We have been, we always tell you, you have to review literature to find out research gaps, read literature, find out research gaps. It's not so easy. You know, we can sit and say, find out research gaps, but it's not so easy. So even before we do that, and even before we go on to working out how research gaps can be identified, whether they can be really identified, or some of us sit back and say, this is a research gap that one can put in. So even before we do that, let's ponder over on why we need to look at other people's work at all. And whose work are we going to look at, especially in the present age where, we are talking of interdisciplinarity, we are talking of multidisciplinarity in studies. So what kind of literature should we be reviewing for our work? The first reason why literature needs to be reviewed, and it's very important to review literature, is to locate your study in an appropriate context. For example, I study consumption, for example, right? Now, when I study consumption and I try and review literature on consumption, I realize that not only sociologists and anthropologists, but political scientists study consumption, economists study consumption,
many different disciplines join in. Gender studies, people study consumption, you know. So there's a plethora of literature on consumption. Similarly, you take the example of education, for example. You sit and you say, I study education. I recently did something on education, and when I started to review literature, I realized there are people from the education departments who are studying education. There are also sociologists who are studying education. There are administrators who have published significantly in the domain of education. So in order to locate my study or anyone's study, our study, in a specific appropriate context, we need to review literature. Otherwise, what happens is you're floating. You don't even know who all study consumption, who all study education. So the horizon that is before you is, or before any one of us, is very limited. You know, you don't go beyond. उतना ही है, बस एजुकेशन करनी है, करना है, कंजम्पशन पे करना है, इतना ही हमें पता ही नहीं है कि, you know, there are people in other domains, other disciplines, other areas who are also studying the same thing. When you get to know what are the domains or what the other disciplines are doing, when you get a first-hand understanding of what the other people are doing in your area of research, that you will be able to identify a perspective that you could adopt for your study. Now, till you review other people's work, you wouldn't know which perspective to use. For example, Nilika ma'am and I were just talking about, like I have a lot of data on the Kanvariyas. We were just talking about this a minute ago. And the reason I have not published anything on Kanvariyas, despite the fact that I have some data, I have interviews, this, that, and the other, which I should not have done even before I reviewed the literature anyway, but I did something. I haven't published anything. The reason is that I have not been able to review other studies adequately. So I do not know which perspective I should use to understand or make sense of the data. Right? It's quite a spectacle to see you know, them all over the place, especially during that particular month, the gaiety and the fanfare with which they are welcomed, the fanfare with which they are, you know, they come and, you know, we greet them, and we also get angry at them, and we blame the state, and we praise the state, and we do all kinds of things. Now, all that is there. All that is there, right? And that's where I want to take you to the third point, that if you don't review literature, then what you present to the audience is only description. And at best, you will be able to write, this is what happens, this is what happens, this is what happens, and that's it. And at this level where you are now, one does not expect a descriptive study, so to say. And I understand. I also remember Clifford Geertz. While I'm saying this, I'm reminded of him, and I'm reminded of thick description, and not to say now that thick description is not required. But thick description also, you need to make sense of what is happening. That's when I say you have to make sense of what is happening. You will not be able till you have read. Clifford Geertz himself was a very, very well-read person. To be then saying thick description. Thick description is not just aisa hua, describe this, that's not this thick description. No? Thick description is not equal to just description in detail. Right? Thick description is not just description in detail, it is much more than that. So we arrive at the third point where we say that you know, review of literature will enable you to make sense of what you see around. The fourth point that I want to make within this whole thing of why we should be reviewing literature is that one is able to relate one's study with the study of others. Right? Now, Why should we do that? I mean, I am all important. I have decided to study fashion, for example, which I am trying to do. Why should I read other people's work? मेरा तो बड़ा अच्छा काम है तो खुद कर रही हूँ ना. I mean, nobody can work on fashion better than me, right? So why should I try and relate my work with other people's work? I am working on fashion or the understanding of fashion among the youth in JNU, right? Why should I study or why should I even read about, say, the American youth in the context of fashion? Why should I? Some of you will say, and rightly so, that it is for the sake of comparison. That I will be able to compare the fashion sense of JNU students with the fashion sense of the New York University, no, or the Michigan University, or wherever, right? It's not just that. It is not just that. You see, when I do this kind of comparison, I should be able to say that my study differs from the study of others or someone else on these counts, or that it corroborates the study of someone else. यही दो चीजें हो सकती हैं ना, या हम ये कह सकते हैं that in my study these are the similarities with this study, these are the differences. Now, when you say my study is similar to his study, her study, your study, someone else's study, this is not to mean that my study is in any way a duplication or a bad study, right? And when I say my study, my findings are entirely different from the finding of his, him, her, someone, it doesn't mean that I have lost ground. It also does not mean that I have made a mistake. No, because contexts differ. For example, I was studying the education choice of schools among the low-income households recently. And your Professor Geeta Nambisan from here has written a lot on school choice, right? For some time, when I had read her works, of course, and she says that, you know, the low fee, her perspective is that the low fee public schools, say like the Red Rose public school kind of schools that have come up in contrast to the modern school, the DPS, you know, and many others, big and small. Talking of these smaller ones here and there. And she says, you know, that this is not what do you say? This is not a just way of dealing with people. You know, it is a democratic society, so there should be equal access of the low and the high income people to the best schools, and the Sarkari schools. Now, when I was talking to some parents in Jamia Nagar, and I'm talking of low income households, they said Sarkari schools are very good, and I use their words because they ring in my ears. वहाँ पे कोई तामझाम नहीं होता, वहाँ पे कोई दिखावा नहीं होता, वहाँ कोई एक्टिविटीज नहीं होती, वहाँ फोकस सिर्फ पढ़ाई पे होता है. पहला पॉइंट. दूसरा पॉइंट दैट दे सेड वाज कि बच्चा सरकारी स्कूल से पढ़ के निकलेगा तो सरकारी नौकरी मिलनी आसान नहीं. Why do they say that? Because in their understanding, सरकारी स्कूल prepares you for a सरकारी नौकरी. ये भी सरकार का है, वो भी सरकार का है. जब सरकारी नौकरी में हमारा बच्चा जाएगा इंटरव्यू देने, तो क्योंकि वो सरकार के ही स्कूल से आया है तो उसको प्रेफरेंस मिलेगी. This was their logic. And so I obviously went into all that our party has done and all of that, this, that, and the other, and till the date I was with this idea, my findings were very different, entirely different from the findings of many others in the field of education. And I was reading people who belong to the Department of Education, right? All these people who do MEd and DLEDs and all that. And I was also looking at the writings of sociologists and anthropologists and other social scientists. My study differed, and I was very happy and surprised. And an entirely different perspective is coming up, so it's okay. I was very happy, and I was thinking. But as I probed further, and as I conducted more interviews, and as I expanded my database, I realized that what I was hearing, the perspective that I thought was the totality, was not the totality. Right? That they finally, what most of them said, corroborated what was already published. Now, if you don't read other people's works, you would not know. Okay, there is this perspective also in the whole domain of school choice. So it is a way of, it is a means of, not a way of, it's a means of corroborating your study, corroborating your findings with that of others, and also seeing the difference between the study of others and your own study. And we have just said that it is nothing, there's nothing good or bad in a study being similar to or different, or the extent of difference and similarities. Like we were talking about fashion just now, and you were saying fashion, if we study fashion among the JNU youth and fashion, sense of fashion among the Michigan University, students from the Michigan University, and I take entirely different domains only to bring out the stark contrast that something on fashion can hold. It's very important then to explain the difference also. And that is where your whole analysis will come in. Now, a very, very interestingly, and I say this because I've always found this very interesting. I studied the sense of the difference between fashion and style among the youth in India. And by youth in India, I mean you people, college going or university going young people. What is the difference between fashion and style, and why fashion, and all of that. And then I got an opportunity somehow to study the difference, the same thing, and I proposed to do that in Paris. Okay. Why Paris? Because Paris is supposed to be the fashion capital of the world, right? वहां पे जाके पूछा. The answer that I got was the same at both places. You know what? You know what the answer was? Of course, you people would know because the data comes from you. Fashion क्या होता है और style क्या होता है ना? Style, the fashion is what people do, and you project. Style is how you personalize that fashion, how you carry yourself is style. What you do is fashion. Students there said the same thing, right? More importantly, why I bring this example at this stage, and a fieldwork example in a talk on review of literature, is that when you relate this with the context and with the lived life experience of people here and in Paris, you will see not a similarity, but you should read. If you review the literature, you will realize what constitutes the idea of fashion and the idea of style in youth in both the countries. वरना तुम थोड़ी ना एक्सप्लेन कर पाओगे, सिमिलैरिटी को कैसे एक्सप्लेन करोगे? कर ही नहीं पाओगे ना. You will say, they are like us, or we are like them. खत्म बात. It's an effervescence, and it's over. But that's not what you're here to do. That's not why you are being groomed in for a research degree program and to get the highest degree. इसलिए थोड़ी ना कर रहे हैं तुम्हारा काम, right? So in order to understand this similarity, you will review other literature, secondary literature, to realize why this happens, seemingly in entirely different life settings. The other question I want to raise is, at what stage should you review literature? What stage should you review literature? Should you review the literature right at the beginning? No, even before embarking on fieldwork? Or should you go to the field, collect the data, come back, review the literature, place your data in the context of the review that you generate, or what you get out of the literature review? At what stage? Tell me. What is the best course of action?
Starting the video. Also need to be aware of your while you are
Right? So unless your study is exploratory in nature, and when I say exploratory and truly exploratory, here in this context, I mean, which is in a completely new area, जिसमें कोई काम ही नहीं हुआ, literature ही नहीं है, ऐसा होता नहीं है. It's not possible, because you may say that nobody has studied healthcare facilities in my small chutka putka gaon somewhere in wherever, Agartala, for example, or wherever, right? So it is an exploratory study. Certainly not. Certainly, because healthcare has been so well studied. आपके गांव में नहीं किया, सात वाले गांव में किया. और अगर आपके गांव में भी किया, then you should not even be studying it. Why are you replicating the study? So there's no exploratory study in the truest sense these days, because something around that topic or that area that you have chosen or the domain of inquiry that you have chosen has been worked upon. Okay? It's a good idea to begin the literature review just when you have decided on your topic. Just when you have decided on your topic, and I say not even registered your topic, because when you read, you will realize that perhaps this topic can be refined, can be changed. इस पे तो busy, इस side पे तो बहुत काम हुआ है. This aspect is not worked out so much. So maybe one could look at this aspect. So how will you get to know? How will you get to know? For example, one of my PhD students is working on LGBTQIA+ community. So a lot of studies now have come up on the transgender and LGBTQIA+ community. Lots of studies are there now. So it's not right to say mine is the first of a kind. ऐसा कुछ नहीं. So when he reviewed a lot of literature, whatever was available, maximum, we came to know that a lesser worked area, or the lesser treaded area in research, was LGBTQIA+ community at their workplace. उस पे काम बहुत कम है, ऐसा नहीं, but बहुत कम, very few studies. So he decided to work on this aspect, focus on this aspect, because there are few studies. And how did it come? How did it come to him? Not a genius, not an Einstein or Clifford Geertz kind of a person, but because a lot of studies were reviewed, कहीं पे पढ़ा कि some companies in India also are known for their recruitment of LGBTQIA plus community people and persons, and that's how it struck him, and he carried on. So, even for finalizing and fine tuning your work, you need to review literature. Then, so this is what I mean when I said we teachers sit here and we keep telling them, no, find out the research, go. Find out the research gap, because we teach you that all research is supposed to fill up gaps in knowledge. That research should contribute to the body of knowledge. And contribution is not one mug of water, one pail of water, or another pail of water. So that is how research happens, and that is how one should grow. Also, you should contribute, you should add something to the body of knowledge, or you should corroborate, or you should explain the difference, or do something, rather than just replicating history. And studies cannot be easily replicated also. Redfield and Austerlitz. So that's okay. So this is what I mean when I say research, find out the research gap. You will be able to find out the research gap when you have read sufficiently. Otherwise, it will not even occur to you. You have read something, if you're not reading with a sharp mind, you will never know. It will not strike you. For example, this LGBTQIA plus community, it will never even strike you that you can look at their workplace also, or their presence in the workplace itself has to come from somewhere. That idea has to come from somewhere. You have to know that yes, है ये लोग workplace में करना, तो हम तुमसे कहेंगे क्या topic लेके बैठो, data ही नहीं मिलेगा, इस पे है ही नहीं, it does not exist. So you should have evidence to tell me. You should have a baseboard on which you can say that yes, they are there in they are there in different companies. There are companies that are favorable to them, and that we should study their experience. So this comes from review of literature. Also, your review of literature should be in the beginning, of course, to identify. And how do you? All right. What you do is when you take up a topic, what you do is you develop. How do you know what literature to review, what not to review, how to do it? How we'll come to it later. What we do is we prepare a list of readings. How do you prepare a list of readings? You go to the library, you talk to people. I'm starting from a scratch. Okay, we don't know anything. I've just decided I'm going to study fashion. अभी डिसाइड किया, अब मुझे रीडिंग लिस्ट बनानी है. How will I do? How will I will Google sociology of fashion or anthropology of fashion, and I will see certain a list. I will see certain authors. I will also see how many times they are cited. Don't we all do that? So we write down there, or people will type out their the reference. You read those references. From the references, list of references of the reference that you are reading, you will enhance the list. That's how the list expands. हम लोग क्या करते हैं? What I do several times is, I talk only from experience. I always have a primary list of readings. I will start that list of readings. I will star mark some readings that are, to me, essential right at the beginning. मैंने पढ़ ली, और फिर हमारे पास जो बचा वो सेकेंडरी है, and you keep adding to the list. That's how your list of references grows. So you have a primary list of reading, and readings will keep adding into the primary list also. तुम पढ़ोगे तो तुम्हें पता चलेगा ना, ये तो बहुत जरूरी है यार, can't be missed. तुम कास्ट पे लिख रहे हो, आंध्रे को छोड़ सकते हो? नहीं छोड़ सकते ना. कश्मीर पे उधर लिखोगे मदन को छोड़ोगे? No. So certain core readings are there. You can call them core readings. I am only calling them a primary. It's just a terminological difference. And then you read further. So I think the primary reading should be done in the beginning itself, and you should be able to read that list, devise your own methods of study. Now, another thing that's very important when you in the review of literature is that you come to know newer methodologies and newer ways of collecting data. You know, we teachers will come to this room and we will talk about techniques of data collection, and we'll talk about observation, questionnaire, schedule, genealogy, case history, life history, that kind of thing, and we will leave them. Of course, focus group discussion and all of those. You will go to the field and you will start doing it. Because we've already equipped you how to do it. We've given you basic training and how you have to do an interview and all kinds of interviews. We will come and teach you here, structured, unstructured, all kinds of interviews we'll teach you, and go out and you will go to the field and you will realize that all interviews cannot be totally structured and they cannot be totally unstructured. They have to be, it's always a mixed bag, that she was right when she was saying this teacher was not so correct. That happens. When I say you develop, you realize newer ways of doing things when you review literature is a person in a particular situation devises his or her own ways of collecting data. Right? And when you read that portion, when you read that chapter or you read that book or you read that article or whatever, you will also realize that one can collect data like this also. And I talk to you with a practical example. I was working on for my PhD on dance and construction of identity. You know, and how dance helps you to construct identity, what it means to the people, and everything. And I was working among Tamil Brahmins whose language I learned. And I learned too. And I was working on Bharatnatyam, so I learned Bharatnatyam. I also learned Tamil, all of that. And I realized at a stage, I was to relate dance with everyday lives of people. And I also wanted to do it methodologically. So I drew the mudras, dance mudras, on a paper, different mudras on a paper, and showed them. And I said, what does this mean to you? Right? So they had a whole set of meanings, you know, this mudra, and they were relating it with their everyday lives and things like that. And when I did this, they said, "Ye to Ardha Chandra hai." Right? Ardha Chandra has a lot of meaning in it. And then they said, "Agar isko aise karoge, so this is a crow. This is the mouth of a crow." Right? And then, interestingly, they were talking to me, explaining the importance of crow in their lives. I've written this. How could I have otherwise, I do not know now, have talked about the crow to Tamil Brahmins? मैं नहीं करती ना. I would have talked of many other things, not the importance of a crow. Maybe at some stage when they were talking about ancestors, they would have mentioned a crow, but not essentially. And I would not have had an in-depth interview or a set of in-depth interviews on the crow in the lives of Tamil Brahmins. So, and this is all penned, this is all written. If you read such methodologies, you may not follow these. You will not use this Ardha Mudra, Ardha Chandra, Mandra, tum log use nahi karoge. But your mind will enable you to improvise in a particular situation. This is what you can learn from this. Now, I'll tell you what I learned from other people's work. I learn from other people's work also. There's something called a contrived situation interview, जो हम तुमको आके क्लास में ज्यादातर नहीं पढ़ाते हैं. कहाँ पढ़ाते हैं contrived situation interview? हम नहीं पढ़ाते. तुम पढ़ाते हो? हमने नहीं पढ़ा. बट जब हमने लिटरेचर रिव्यू किया और हमने बहुत सारा कुछ पढ़ा, तो आई रियलाइज कि हाँ, देयर समथिंग कॉल्ड अ कंट्राइव्ड सिचुएशन इंटरव्यू. चलो पढ़ें. And then one realized that, you know, this is the interview, this is the technique that I could use, and I really used it. Contrived situation इतना मुश्किल नहीं है, very simple because you people are thinking ये कौन सी बड़ी चीजें नहीं है. अगर ऐसा होता, suppose मैं कहूँ कि अत्ता ये बताइए अगर आपके साथ में अगर ये situation ऐसी होती तब आप क्या करते? Something like this. So you contrive a situation for the other person. You prepare a situation, ask the person. So it enables you to develop newer or different ways of collecting data, of interpreting data also. Analysis का जो तरीके हैं ना, हम तो तुम्हें आके पढ़ा देते हैं historical method, evolutionary method, interpretive method, this, that, and the other. But there are always innovative methods to interpret the data that you have put. Even if we say this is people's interpretation, we say it's people's. How do you do that people's interpretation? Who will tell you? Then you need to review literature because there are a lot of databases that can be used. For example, I take two examples. One is, of course, you people use blogs as databases. So influencers पे जब काम करोगे तो तुम blogs use करोगे, fashion पे काम करोगे तो blogs use करोगे. इसी तरह से when I was working on the BPOs, I am giving you my examples because these are the examples that I have lived through, you know, and that I can relate with and, you know, talk to you in detail. When I was working on the BPOs, there is a book, and I was interviewing the BPO employees at that time. There's a book called the BPO Sutra. BPO Sutra. उसमें कुछ भी नहीं है. उसमें there are short narratives of BPO employees. We do not even know. They say these are real. They say that these are real narratives. I do not know. It's not by any anthropologist. It's not by a sociologist. It's a compilation of interviews, of narratives. But this is secondary literature. And one has to use one's wisdom and acumen to understand or to decide whether these can be used or not used. What I did was I used it, the narratives there, not for anything else, but to understand the trends and the functioning of the BPO sector employees. मुझे इससे मतलब थोड़ी ना है कि कविता ने ये कहा कि संजय ने ये कहा, वो गुड़गांव जा रहा था या नोएडा जा रही थी. That's not what I'm interested in. I was interested in how they were dealing with the family, how they were dealing with the new identity that they would get at their workplace. So even if you treat these as stories, so, but there is a way, and the stories have meaning, and that they are used in for analysis, and they are used to make sense of data. You know, so use it in that sense. The other way is, for example, you are studying consumption. I come back to consumption, and you are trying to find out the disposable income at the hands of people. उसी से consumption driven होता है ना. It's called the MPCE, monthly per capita expenditure. So MPCE आप एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मिल जाता है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मिल जाता है। गांव का MPCE तो आप कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो, फील्ड वर्क से मैच कर सकते हो। So you can compare the MPCE of the village with MPCE of the district, right? वो कर नहीं पाओगे अगर तुम secondary literature use नहीं करोगे. I'm not even talking of the census in that. I'm not talking of the census because we all make use of the census. All that time we are referring to the census and the NSS all the time. चलो. I'm talking of the finer things, you know, where you can use all of these for your work, you know, and say, you know, okay, in my area, the consumption, the per capita monthly income, monthly expenditure is this much or whatever. You can make a comparison. Also true for healthcare facilities. Also true for education. You have the literacy rates worked out. You can work out. So when all right. When I say, when your teachers say you problematize your study, हम कहते हैं ना बहुत बार आपको आते हैं problematize your study. What does it mean? How do you problematize a study? क्या होता है? What is problematizing a study? बोलो. No. You problematize the study is you place it in a context. You contextualize that study. You place it in a context. जैसे कि, just to give you a very rough, crude example, my brother loses a job. I cry, weep, whatever. When I say, please problematize this situation, how would you do it? Well, you will look at the state policy. से कि क्या करें, वो सारा BPO सेक्टर चला गया यहाँ से उठ के. BPOs have dried up in the country and they were our biggest employers to the youth. Further, you will say that international relations have had a toll. जो भी. I'm only giving you an example that studies can be problematized, have to be problematized, and the way they can be problematized only when you are aware or you have read the secondary sources. नहीं पढ़ोगे तो नहीं आएगा, नहीं पता चलेगा हाँ मेरे भाई की नौकरी चली गई, अब क्या करोगे? समझोगे कैसे? समझोगे तभी जब तुम उसको लार्जर फ्रेम में चीज को रख के देखो, और उस लार्जर फ्रेम को डेवलप करने के लिए you will have to read. Now let's say, how would you present your literature review? How would you present your literature? हम जब पढ़ते हैं आप लोगों की थीसिस, तो बहुत सारे लोग आप क्या करते हैं, बैक टू बैक, इसने ये कहा, इसने ये कहा, इसने ये कहा, इसने ये कहा, या आप उसको क्रोनोलॉजिकली कर देते हैं. 1963 में ये हुआ, 64 में ये हुआ, 68 में ये हुआ, ये हुआ, वो हुआ, या आप कर देते हैं पीरियडाइज कर देते हैं, डेकेड वाइज कर देते हैं, निकलता कुछ नहीं. क्योंकि what is the purpose of our literature review? The purpose of our literature review is to be able to present the argument in a proper context. यही है यही purpose. तो it is always rewarding to see a thesis जिसमें के review of literature is thematic. वो themes कहाँ से आई? कह तो दिया यहाँ बैठ के कि it should be thematic. Now where will I bring the themes from? Where will the themes come from? And then obviously it leads us to another question, related question. How do we do it? How do we do the literature review? How do the themes come? Themes will come from your objectives. So you see, we have come a full circle. We have come a full circle. How? हमने कहा ऑब्जेक्टिव्स कहाँ से आएंगे, स्टडी कैसे करोगे, रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर से, और रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर कैसे करोगे, थीमेटिकली, और थीम्स कहाँ से आएंगी, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में से. सो इट्स अ फुल सर्कल, राइट. नाउ it does not, surely does not mean that in your thesis the title, भाई हमने कहा ना thematically होगा, so the title of the theme is not equal to, is not the same as your objective, है ना. तुम क्या करोगे, तुम अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव में से जो मेन थीम है वो तुम लिखोगे. After all, we started with this, that there is lot of literature on topics, and we are talking of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. So what will you include and what you will not include is a crucial issue, and obviously it is a sense of judgment. Your acumen and your judgment is very important, that there is no denying. But obviously, for in the name of multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity, it does not mean that you bring in all the references from political science or from economics, and sociology is lacking. तो हमारा comment होगा, but where is sociology? And you will spend 3 hours defending that there is some sociology in the thesis. So don't discount with your own discipline, but enrich it with insights from other disciplines. ये करना है. बाकी डिसिप्लिन से इंसाइट्स लेनी है, और अपने कोर डिसिप्लिन को, अपने जो कोर आइडियाज हैं अपने डिसिप्लिन के, डोंट थ्रो देम आउट. If you do, then you should be able to justify it adequately. There is no harm in stepping out. No harm, absolutely. You should. Because Sarkar is talking about NEP 2020, interdisciplinary kar do, sociology wale will study physics also and anything. And so, but if you are taking a degree in sociology, you better be grounded in my discipline. बाहर से ले रहे हो, बिल्कुल लो, but you should be able to justify. So how do we review literature? ये तो सब ठीक है, रिव्यू करना चाहिए, लिटरेचर रिव्यू करना चाहिए, तो ठीक है, करेंगे कैसे? Easiest is, we were talking about themes just now, identifying the themes. There are 2 ways in which you can do it. One is you read all the literature, large body of literature, and see what are the themes that are coming out. But that is an extremely tedious process. Not possible for a PhD that you want to do in 3 years or 4 years or something. It's not possible. So the other way is you identify the themes from your objectives and review the literature surrounding it. And as I said, what you include and what you do not include is your acumen. Now, I have 2 more points to make. One, I will just run through because it needs a whole dedicated session, which we can't do now. But, and maybe you people even know, there's something called the Systematic Literature Review, SLR. What is it? SLR. It's the full form is Systematic Literature Review. Now, it does not mean that the literature review that you write in your thesis and thematically and everything is not systematic. but SLR is a particular way of doing it. उसमें क्या होता है, उसकी अपनी techniques हैं. It has its own technique. You know, you have to develop a context, then you have to अभी तुम क्या करते हो, search items Google में डाल देते हो और लिटरेचर कुछ रेफरेंसेस आ जाते हैं जिसको हम प्राइमरी लिस्ट कह रहे थे और उससे हमने बिल्ड कर लिया और हम कर देते हैं. SLR is different. You will break down your objectives of the study into smaller objectives, smaller research questions. 2-3 people, maybe from different disciplines also, would come together, type out the search words on an engine, and or these are very important words there, and then a plethora of literature is generated. You have to identify right at the outset inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. It is a very rough version that I am giving. Obviously, it's very systematic and very step-by-step way of doing things. So what I'm giving you is just an idea of how SLR can be and what it can give us. वो क्या करता है, आपने different usually electronic databases हैं, you feed those words, you have a very small question. For example, the question could be something on leadership. Do women make good leaders? Is the question. So they will say, इसका context क्या है, इसका objective क्या है, इसका outcome क्या है. There's a CIMO, they say. So you type in the Google words, you type in the words from in electronic databases, for example, Scopus. You type out those words, literature comes. You have exclusion criteria, you have inclusion criteria. कौन सी studies को हम include करेंगे, कौन सी studies को हम नहीं करेंगे. You can say studies in this period. Studies that are in Delhi. There can be many inclusion and exclusion criteria, which when you present your literature review are there. You know, you have to make that clear also. So you get, at the first stage, you get maybe 500 studies. Then you apply the filters. They come down to 80 studies. And then you read, and there's a way of presenting, and that's how SLRs are presented, carried out and presented. That's one way to do the systematic literature. Now coming to a very easy option and a very lazy option also, which we started with in the morning itself, was literature review through AI. Illicit है ना? तुम लोग घूमते हो illicit पे? ELICIT. Teachers know more than you people on AI.
Because we have to see ना कि ये लोग कहाँ से ढूंढ के लाते हैं. You have to get the sources.
But very tempting, of course, but not the way to carry out research. You type in and you say you want a 5,000 word literature review on this topic. It gives you. Next day you come and present it. It's a beautifully written piece of work. बहुत ही खूबसूरत. Too good. And that's why we are able to catch you. Illicit has, well, there are ways that you can dodge us also. Don't ask me those, because that's opening up the secret to this. But AI is very intelligent, really intelligent, more intelligent than any teacher you can ever have. वो ह्यूमनाइज भी कर देता है, वो पैराफ्रेज भी कर देता है. ह्यूमनाइज करता है ना इलिसिट, मतलब इलिसिट नहीं, वो एआई करता है ना ह्यूमनाइज. उसके बाद कोई पकड़ नहीं सकता ना. पैराफ्रेज भी कर देते हो, उसको ह्यूमनाइज भी कर सकते हो, उसको फॉर्मल लैंग्वेज भी कर सकते हो, उसको इनफॉर्मल लैंग्वेज भी कर सकते हो. मच कैन बी डन, but it has its own limitations, and the limitations are that Of course, it will never let critical thinking develop in you. Never have critical thinking. Uh, it's dependent on the words that you type. देखो SLR में भी हमने गूगल सर्च मतलब हमने डेटाबेसेस में हमने वर्ड्स फीड किए और इसमें भी किए. इसमें आई एम सेइंग दैट दिस इज अ डिसएडवांटेज, है ना? And there I am saying SLR is established way, and you can Google and but see there where you when in SLR when you Google, I told you that it is not one person who does it. It's not one person's wisdom. 3 of us are working on fashion, so 3 of us will type out different words. It is from a known database or a set of databases, and the procedure, the strategy, the inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, everything is written out. When you present an SLR, a paper after you've done a based on systematic literature review, you also say that at the first stage, 500 papers or 500 studies were generated. In the second stage, after applying the filters, this was it. These many were read, and all of that. In AI, you don't do anything like that. You haven't read, कोई staging है, कुछ नहीं है. It's like a platter served to you. Right. Also, it has the risk of plagiarism, and we are talking a lot about ethics these days. So it carries that problem also. It will not include certain unpublished material. Let's say Amrita Pritam, for example, wrote something in her personal diary. That AI will never be able to do. So much of the data, much of literature is naturally sliced out. It has its own limitations. So should we not use AI at all in literature review? Can we, or is it something to be abhorred, scared of, or kept away? In this present age, can we and should we bracket out AI? बहुत आसान लगता है लिटरेचर रिव्यू वैसे. और हम में से बहुत लोग जब हम पहले लिटरेचर रिव्यू करते थे, and you know, you people, and we always want to say this, that we worked harder than you people in life. You know, my generation will always say this, like my senior generation would say this to me. तुम लोग Google करते हो, और you know, and the Sarkar has given you ONOS also now. So it's all here. It's all right here for you to do. हम क्या करते थे? मेरिका मैम हम जाके लाइब्रेरी में बैठते थे सुबह. साइंस लाइब्रेरी में एंथ्रोपोलॉजी की किताबें होती थी, वहाँ जर्नल्स होते थे, वहाँ बैठते थे सुबह 9 बजे 9:30 बजे. We would reach, pull out the journals. Each volume of several journals we have gone through the contents and decided what to read, what not to read. Also, she will bear me out, we would have a cloth, क्योंकि वो इतना डस्टी होते थे journals, so dusty, so dirty. So, you know, we have free labor for them also. You clean them up also. How would you read else otherwise? Clean them up also and read them, photocopy them. पैसे भी नहीं होते थे photocopy कराने के, तब तक fellowship नहीं थी, पढ़ते थे. Reference cards were these many. You used to write references. Now you will type out. You have a list. It's just so convenient. Your next generation will be saying the same thing. You will say, हम तो Google में इतना type करते थे, तुम तो AI से 1 minute में करके ले आते. So the question is, should AI be kept aside? Can it be incorporated? Can we use the AI in some way to lessen the burden or to quicken our work? Can we do it and should we do it? I'm very tempted to say I will leave you at this ethical question and walk out of this room, but I don't feel responsible when I say this. I think AI cannot be, even no matter how much I tell you here and no matter how much all your teachers tell you here, you will go back to the AI because it's only normal and natural for you. Kehna galat. So instead of asking the AI for a review of literature on a particular topic, AI can be asked to generate a reading list for you, from which you can make selections. AI does also procure for you some abstracts and some full texts. It may be unethical to say, you take a text from somewhere, but there are also texts that are freely available. I'm only talking of those. I'm not talking of any unethical use of journal articles or anything. That's not what I'm talking about. But that is a possibility, and that is the way AI can be used and used responsibly. And आपको पता है अभी आजकल बहुत सारे journals में कहा जाता है कि if you have used the AI, you declare it, and some journals say you give authorship to the AI also. So it's a joint paper by you and the AI. So don't go to that extent, but use the AI responsibly. That is what I mean. So there's no point saying don't use the AI, it is a bad thing. You will still do it. So do it responsibly. Do it in a way that you don't fall into the trap of laziness. You don't fall into the trap of giving up your own thinking faculty and your own critical thinking and critical understanding of phenomena, because then you will not reflect. तुम सोचोगे नहीं. That's all I have to say. If there's anything from you.
I don't have a question. If you can explain it to them, actually, like जो मेरे पास ये लोग जब आते हैं students सब पूछते हैं, there is a problem with usually to differentiate between literature review and theoretical review.
Sure.
ये थोड़ा सा इनको ना difficult.
Very good you raise this, because there's also the issue of how the literature review is used
For theoretical.
in the text
Yes.
and the theoretical framework. No? What many of us do is we have a chapter on theoretical review. We have, or theoretical review is part of the introduction and part of the methodology, and there's a section on literature review also. So I think the theoretical review is actually intended to arrive at a perspective, a theoretical perspective that you will use in your thesis. वही purpose है ना उसका. उसका ये थोड़ी ना है कि पूरा उसको आप डिटेल में चाहिए कि these are the theories and you have 10 pages on it and things like that. It's, as I understand, it's suffice to say that this is the theoretical perspective, or you are using Bourdieu, or you are using Giddens, or you whatever, Gramsci, or whatever you're using, and this is the framework, and that within this framework, these are the other authors or the thinkers who also come in. And literature review is also meant to provide you a basis for a firm theoretical perspective that you would use in this study. So one does not, I at least do not expect that, a thesis will have a full 50-page chapter on theoretical review kind of thing, but one does expect that in the methodology section, there is something called framework of analysis, where which perspective you are using, theoretical perspective that you are using, figures there, not just as a one-liner. I'm using the theory of social capital or whatever. वो हम नहीं कहते, उसको elaborate करो, उसको समझाओ how you will be using. Sometimes you use 2 or 3 theories or 2 or 3 concepts, critical concepts. So all that will figure. Literature review, on the other hand, is a review of relevant studies in your area. And it's a very pertinent question that ma'am has asked, that how will you use that? One chapter is there. You have a whole chapter on review of literature. But does review of literature then not figure or not come anywhere in the whole thesis? It does. So how? And how do we manage that? And why should it come? हमने तो कर दिया ना एक पेज पे सारा theoretical review, हो तो गया. Now why do I need to bring in other people's study in my work? And we just talked about this whole thing about problematizing your study. We also said that your study could be different or could be similar to other studies. Right? So that is how you will say that Chaudhary's study on school choice among low-income households suggests whatever is this. However, my study takes a departure, and this is my finding or something like that. So there also literature review will come, or you should be able to say that this domain of education has been studied from this particular theoretical perspective. However, in this study, I seek to view this from this other lens, theoretical lens. इसलिए भी review of literature जरूरी है. और जब तुम difference को explain करते हो, my study differs. If it is a difference in perspective, you will be able to explain that very well. So, what I'm trying to tell you in the past few 1 hour or whatever, 1 hour or so, is that whatever you do has to be logical and explainable. Many times, when you write review of literature, you end with the last theme. So should review of literature also bear or also carry a conclusion?
Isn't that what the theoretical framework comes together with? The literature review and the gaps that you have
incorporates many times the theoretical framework also. I am saying that when you write your chapter of review of literature, है ना, उसके लास्ट में क्या हमें कंक्लूजन लिखना चाहिए कि नहीं लिखना चाहिए? लिखना चाहिए. क्या लिखेंगे हम कंक्लूजन में? वो तो हम तुमसे मेथोडोलॉजी में लिखवा लेते हैं. जब तुमसे कहते हैं डेवलप अ रैशनल फॉर द स्टडी, इसमें लिखते हो ना कि ये इसलिए कर रहे हैं because there is a research gap, there have been very few studies on this, that we want to. But what will the conclusion of the review of literature carry? वहाँ क्या लिखोगे? तुमने तो हाँ, you have 5 themes or you have 4 themes, right? Now these if you don't write the conclusion, if you don't weave them together, if you don't knit them together, then they will appear as 4 different islands. और उसको कैसे लिखा जाता है? जो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर का कंक्लूजन होता है, उसको कैसे लिखते हैं? सब चीजें हटा दो. You have written the chapter, read the chapter, and then don't refer to anything, just write the conclusion. ये जब तुम अपनी थीसिस लिखोगे ना, उस टाइम भी कंक्लूजन ऐसे ही लिखना. First draft of your conclusion would be very well, because you've written the whole thesis. You've written किसने क्या कहा, review कर दिया, everything you've done, right? Just read the thesis once, set it aside, and write it. Once you have written the conclusion, then you bring in other studies, my studies like this, not like this, whatever. Then use that as a filler. But the baseboard would be your own thoughts and ideas. And you will come up with a very good conclusion. Try this. One should. No, not your analysis. The analysis तुम कर नहीं पाओगे ना इतनी conclusion में, कैसे करोगे? What when you are saying analysis and when I'm saying no, you will not be able to do an analysis. What I want is what I envisage is that you knit all the themes together. It's like grinding the themes together and making a smoothie out of it. That's what I mean. You will not be able to write in one paragraph. You will be writing in not less than 3 or 4 paragraphs. You know, it only seems as of now that it's a very difficult thing. हम कैसे उसको knit करेंगे? हम कैसे उसको? How are we going to actually, you know? How are we going to do it? Now, how will I be able to relate theme A with theme B with? No, don't even do it 1, 2, 3, 4. Do it 1, 4, 2, 3. तुम्हें उस टाइम पे जो थीमेटिक तुमने रिव्यू लिखा है उसको उसमें से एब्स्ट्रैक्ट करना. You know what analysis is? What is analysis? We keep telling you do analysis, तुम quantitative analysis, qualitative analysis करते रहते हो. If I ask you, what is analysis finally? किसी भी तरह से करो. What is analysis? Analysis is what you get out of, what you derive from all the description, all the theoretical frameworks, all the literature reviews that you have done. What has come out? What have you been able to abstract from all that you have done is the analysis, whatever way you do it. So what you have got, you use some perspective to abstract it or to make sense of the abstraction. That is another thing. But analysis is what you get out of it. Is that much? और इसीलिए जब तुम रिव्यू का कंक्लूजन लिखोगे तो तुम ये लिखोगे कि कैसे ये थीम्स रिलेट करती हैं, कैसे Jenna की study relates with Bete's study, relates with Ansari's study, relates with Tripathi's study, relates with any study. Or they do not. Now, is there any more question? Is that it? If there are any more questions and I'm out of this room and I'm gone back, doesn't matter. I'm 2 kilometers away from you. If there's anything, I'm there in ignorance. Okay? All the best. All the best. Now, please. Oh, sure, please tell.
He's asking what is the difference between conceptual framework and
As the title itself suggests, you see, many times when we, in our in our thesis, we say unpacking. बड़ा use करते हैं ना ये word, unpacking the concepts, unpacking the poor. For example, you are studying the low-income households, or you're studying the poor, or you're studying poverty, for example. There are certain critical concepts that you will be using in the study. Poor itself being one. When you say conceptual clarity, we are talking about clarity pertaining to the critical concepts that you are using. Right? For example, the whole notion of power, authority. These are concepts. As I said just now, poor. So, and you see, when you use the concept of, say, power, now in sociological literature, this is a known defined concept, unless you are using a variant or using a definition or using it in a way that is new, that has not been done, or that you imagine or you expect your people, your readers to be unfamiliar with. So then you write conceptual framework is the title that appears many times in their theses, or conceptual clarity, or unpacking the concepts, and then you have 1 or 3 or 3 or 4 or 5 concepts, and sometimes you're able to link the concepts also. Sometimes you're not able to link the concepts. So that is conceptual framework. We do not expect a kind of a storyline, so to say, when you say conceptual framework. So you have a concept, you have a second concept, you have a third concept, you have a fifth concept, and they may all be related to each other, or they may not be. But since the thesis is so focused on a particular theme, that one expects that the concepts would also be related. Now, this is conceptual framework. Theoretical framework is the gamut of theories, or a singular theory, or a theoretical perspective that you are going to use, and which will maybe explain the concepts also for the thesis.
Usually the thesis, either we give theoretical framework
Or conceptual framework. Sometimes
we don't use both of them. In thesis.
Question might be very silly, but
no question is silly.
how do we actually come to know that means we have read enough? And for example, when I started my thesis, there were many literature which I had not which I had not read. But over 3 years or 4 years, now I realize that, or there have been new studies which have come up, which seem to be very familiar to what I am doing. So in that case, how do I address? How do I include them, which were not there? Means just maybe recently I now see some pieces as something very familiar to mine. So still, what time will these keep on improving?
Sure.
I had identified 3 categories, and I was almost done with my literature review. And then I found this article just published in January this year, which is looking at the exact same category. It's a review article. So essentially, that's extensive literature review proposing the framework. Now, the framework is not what I'm proposing, but it is looking at the exact categories that I am also inquiring into. So yes, at what stage should I stop? And if I have found something that is very similar to what I'm doing, what do you think?
So where is the jerk? Where is the jerk?
Always
There is
something
no jerk.
I have not come across.
See, no reading is ever enough. You know, even after you submit your thesis, there will be many more studies that you will come across. वो तो होगा ही होगा, क्योंकि humanly it's not possible, right? One, two. Don't think the literature review gets over after your chapter is done. Chapter 2 हो गया तो literature review खत्म हो गया, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ना. कभी कभी हम जैसे लोग ये भी देखते हैं कि ये थीसिस तो 2025 सितंबर में आई है और ये ऑफिस में जमा हुई होगी जून 24 में, और जनवरी 24 के आर्टिकल्स इसमें है ही नहीं. क्यों नहीं है? So recent literature has not been cited. Relevant literature. It doesn't mean just to satisfy someone's curiosity and the whim that recent literature has been included. आपने कुछ भी लिख दिया, ऐसा नहीं. But अगर कोई relevant literature है, so till the time you are sending the thesis for binding, if there is a relevant study that can be, unless it sort of throws away your analysis out of the window. बहुत practically बात करूं, मैं कहूँगी छोड़ देना, क्योंकि उस स्टेज पे जब तुम बेरसराय में बैठे हो बाइंडिंग के लिए और एक थीसिस एक रीडिंग से आपको पता चलता है कि मेरी तो सारी थीसिस को छोड़ देना. In my defense it happened. In my thesis I had 100 books references. Defense में जो external था, he asked me, he left all those 100 books. एक ऐसे किताब से पूछा जो 100 books में है ही नहीं. And I'm like, अरे ये तो मैंने लिखा ही नहीं. So then he was like, but तुमको ये पढ़ना चाहिए था. मैंने कहा डिफेंस क्या, अब डिफेंस में क्या करोगे? कुछ नहीं कर सकते. That was there. कुछ नहीं, वो कोई बात नहीं है. बट हाँ, ये देखना चाहिए कि recent literature जितना भी आप है और आपका relevant वो आना चाहिए. And there is no jerk कि मैं तो बीपीओस पे लिख रही थी, अब बीपीओ पे एक और किताब आ गई है तो मेरा किताब तो गई पानी में, मेरी तो बिल्कुल खराब हो गया काम. ऐसा कुछ नहीं, थोड़ी है कि doesn't matter, it's okay. Your teachers will always, they're not enemies of yours. They're not enemies. They're friendly beings. It's not. Is that it?
Let me begin with a one-liner that is about writing. That writing is inextricably linked to reading. That suggests that without reading, no writing can take place. Otherwise, our writing is shaped by our reading habits, mentalities, what you read, how you read, and the purpose of reading determines how and why we want to write. And of course, we know that writing can happen in different ways, and we are talking specifically about academic writing, thesis writing, research articles, or synopsis. So then we are talking about a particular way of writing that is disciplined in some sense, or that is institutionalized. I'll get back to this point in a moment, but I just wanted to make a few remarks on when we talk about reading, because when we think about our skills as sociologists or anthropologists, we generally talk about writing, reading, and analyzing. And then we are writing about the social world. In some sense, if I take from Laila Bulugod, we are rendering the social world into text. So that way, we are transforming the social world into a social science text. So when we do that, stressing on the act of reading, there will be many, suggestive, what you call, the blueprints of how you should read or how you read a book. Now, in this digital age, I get a lot of prescriptions when we open our YouTube. What would happen if you read a book every week? So you might have found this. So what I'm trying to say is that why you should not read in particular ways, rather than saying that how you should read. Now, why you should not read in particular ways, this was also, prompted me to think about it through these new age ways of reading. One is that we read with speed. And this is what I wanted to refer to these ads. You might have come across that, what would happen if you read one book per week? It suggests that, I mean, this is very interesting that, you will become the top 10 percentages of, doers in the world. And that person will give you examples like most multimillionaires and corporate giants. They read books and they read non-fiction book. I didn't get what exactly it means. They read non-fiction books, and it's a call to accelerate your reading speed. And then it will suggest you, how you read back and forth through the lines, skipping the lines, and it's actually a training, and that they will offer 99 rupees 95 paise sort of things. And this is also, prompts you to another, problem. The one that I was talking about, speed, it actually takes out the essence of reading. It takes out what Raymond Williams would say, the structure of feeling that we enter into while reading, that will be completely missed. So you will be, it's like a competitive world. We have to show that I have read this much. And while doing so, a reader will also become a performative person, that you go to literary fest, book exhibitions. If the authors are there, you make a chance, go near them, pause with a photo that, I'm reading. Otherwise, you open a book and show that these are the lines I'm reading. So it becomes a sort of, depicting ourselves on social media that I'm reading. You have to tell the world I'm reading rather than reading. These two acts, I think, must be chopped. Otherwise, we won't get into the reading which enable you to write. Rather than, this is just sort of a problem I wanted to highlight, because reading has become like that in our time. So that way, when we talk about reading, that calls you to look at how attentive we can while reading, rather than flipping through the content, how contents can stay with us, those contents that you think which are relevant for your work, how it can be deposited as some sort of deep-seated ideas which can be used later. So I'm just trying to draw from James Clifford, from the famous writing culture, which I like to repeat this, because most of our research, or in the context of talking from writing culture, ethnographic writing takes at least 6 conventions of writing. And these conventions, I'll just go through this. First one is contextually, that Clifford would say. Contextually suggests that every writing would yield from or create some sort of a social milieu. It is either benefited from a social milieu or it creates a social milieu. Second, rhetorically, writing uses or used by different expressive tropes, can be metaphors, allegories, all sorts of literary modes of expressing ideas. Thirdly, every writing settles or does not settle with institutional traditions. So either we write within as a discipline, an institutional framework, or a tradition. Otherwise, we go against it. So it is something like writing amongst, along with, or against. This is Laila Bulugo's response again to writing culture by saying that writing against culture. So from contextually, rhetorically to institutionally, come to the idea of genres or forms. Every writing can be distinguished from other forms or genres. We call it, generically. When we talk about an ethnographic monograph, can be identified differently from a novel or an autobiography. So all these are, different forms or genres we can call them. It's something like a typology of writing. Fifth is politically. Politically suggests that the writer takes some sort of an authorial sort of a self. He or she can actually represent the social world without question. And this happened with most conventional ethnographic work. I become the authority because I was there, I witnessed this, I observed it, I collected it, I analyzed it, so I speak. So speaking on behalf of somebody else becomes a kind of a political act. That's why, politically. Next is historically. All these conventions keep changing. So one cannot rest with what really happens in all these, the above mentioned 5 ways of writing about it. So historicity actually matters in most writings. That's why in the last part of my, class or talk, I would like to spend some time on time. That's why I mentioned in the title. Historicity suggests that how time and temporality matter in the act of writing. So within all these conventions, when we talk about, by and large, we are supposed to write within a discipline, and a discipline is housed, that we talk in an academic language as institutionalized. When we institutionalized, how do we respond to the discipline while engaging with our writing? Now, let me just speak about disciplinary writing, or how disciplines would suggest us certain ways of writing, and whether we have some sort of a freedom that allows us to write in our own ways of writing. So why do we need that? Now, when we think about discipline, I don't need to tell you what a discipline is. We are all in some discipline, and sometimes, we get into other disciplines. And then there's this buzzword around us for some time, that, interdisciplinarity, which is celebrated. So when we think about discipline, we'll find from, Gramsci to Foucault, we'll find this idea that, how it becomes a tradition, and how in disciplines they offer, or they establish certain tradition through some sort of memorializing act. Memorialization of a distant past, memorialization of the founding fathers, which is used mostly, and memorialization of specific methods. And then we are all, as part of disciplines, we are all some sort of bondage happens. We are all tied up into some sort of practices. So then we can ask why we need to get out of it. When we think about in a Foucauldian sense that discipline is a genealogically arranged set of practices whose elements are drawn from a variety of sources which are institutionalized. And then, scholars and critics would ask this question: where is the critical freedom for us to slightly go beyond or go against the disciplinary frameworks? And why do we need to do that? This calls for an understanding of what disciplines generally do. Now, disciplines would specify and identify authority and authorized practices. And disciplines would also suggest what are the appropriate techniques and skills. And disciplines also would prescribe what are the modes of learning and modes of teaching, pedagogic and curricular activities, and which will also set the standards of norms and norms of excellence. And then it also would suggest that, what could be the good ways of evaluation and the taste of judgment. So there are list of things you can identify within disciplines. Now then, disciplines also would draw from different theoretical schools at different junctures that you're familiar with, how we would look at social reality from Marxist or feminist or postmodernist sort of lenses. Social theory would enable you to navigate through how one should write after collecting data sets from the field, either it is qualitative or quantitative. Now here, I just wanted to make sense of two things. One is what kind of language with which we all come to academia. Then secondly, how we are trained to use particular language while speaking and writing. And some of you will become very familiar because you don't need to learn many things new because you know that particular language. Some of you, I'm saying, some of us. And some of us have to struggle to reach out to that language, to understand that language, how that language can inhabit in our bodies and minds so that we can actually write things back. I just wanted to bring to your attention of these two things. The language we come with part of our socialization, and language we have to learn as part of the socialization which disciplines and institutions would suggest us to do. I would like to mention a very small article which will be useful for you to elaborate upon that. This is by MSS Pandian, which I used to teach in my textual analysis course earlier, which is titled Writing Ordinary Lives. So writing ordinary lives is an exertion through two autobiographical writings by Bama and Gunashekaran, two writers from Tamil Nadu. They've written their own, some sort of a self-narrative, and which Pandian would call, they can't be really categorized into a particular genre because they inhabit or they imply the categories of social history. They imply that at times that they look like they are autobiographies, and they look like sometimes ethnographic monograph of their own judgment, some kind. So how can these writing be part of our academic exercise to engage with while doing literature review? Generally we are asked to look at works which are part of the discipline, part of the authorized ways of writing about it. So sometimes you are not really, quote unquote, allowed to enter into the world of fiction because most writings are fictive in the sense that they use tropes like metaphors, allegories, rhetoric. They all use. For example, a very telling example is that you look at Goffman's Asylums, what kind of references he was using. I also look at a fiction like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Both represent mental illness in their own terms and conditions, but you will find that how certain parallels can be drawn and how they can be understood with some sort of an equal strength of attending to those texts. Now, given that Pandian makes this interesting observation while taking these two texts into his analysis, Bama's Karuppu and Gunashekaran's Vadu. Karuppu is taught in many universities globally after its publication. And there's also, criticisms against that, and also how that kind of a writing be part of, academic engagements. So these are some sort of, reflections you will find in the public domain in academic circles. But then one problem that Pandian suggests, then two of these writings, like many other writings like this, they are accused of a personalized or radical poetics which are brought into it. And here, Pandian uses how one can talk about a language that represents a discourse of causality and a language that uses a discourse of participation. And this he draws from the Sri Lankan anthropologist, the Harvard scholar, Stanley Tambaya. And Tambaya makes this distinction to reflect back to the theoretical schools which we are familiar with. I mean, sociology and anthropology in its beginning, they had this concern that we are all aware of, that there's a struggle to become like sciences. There's a struggle to become like sciences who keep a distance from the literary techniques of writing. So writing cannot be literary in the sense it can't really use poetics and the other literary tropes. So the discourse of causality actually means that how positive sciences, while writing about the social world, should distance oneself from that reality we are talking about. So it's a process of distancing becomes a key to social science writing. In this frame, of course, the positivist frame, that's what Tambay calls the discourse of causality. And discourse of causality also represented by analytical reasoning, neutralization, or it is called objectivity, or making things objective. So it's actually a distancing from your subjective idiosyncratic ways of looking at the social world, or understanding or depicting the social world. So it is in multiple levels of distancing from the social world while writing about it. It's a very interesting thing. Whether we should make a distance or not is the question one has to ask. And in a way, doing that, are we discarding all sort of positivist ways of understanding the social world? It is mainly talked about because the biasness should not be attached to the writing. And that's why objectivity was actually, I mean, I don't want to get into the objectivity subjectivity debate. That's why I'm using a different anchorage altogether. The discourse of causality and the discourse of participation, which will make more sense to our understanding. Discourse of participation. Am I rushing? Shall I go a bit slow? Fine. Okay. So you got to know that, what discourse of causality that Tambaya was talking about. So discourse of participation, on the other hand, talks about something else. It is all about a sympathetic immediacy that the researcher or the writer could deploy. Or it is not deploying something, it naturally happens. As a kind of an organic relationship with the people, the world, or the events which we are studying. Some sort of a sympathetic immediacy, which would, of course, represent some sort of performative speech acts. Because, sometimes we see something untoward happens, there'll be a oh feeling. It's actually organically happens to you. You react to it. You react to things with a sympathetic immediacy. Otherwise, from a discourse of causality, you need to be numb. You can't really respond to it because you are a researcher, you are going to write about it, you have to, a multiple level of distancing should happen. So discourse of participation would talk about these ritual acts of everyday life that, we have to respond in certain performative ways. And that's why, we have to somehow depend on performative speech acts, which would be literary in nature, and sometimes which can be accused of, you're being subjective altogether. So how do we take a position while taking into consideration these two broad spectrum of speech acts, which are then converted into a written text. Now, we started with textualizing the social world. We all know that when we are planning to write something, of course, in this context, it may be a thesis or a research article. We all know that the social world is not simply arranged along the lines of our chapters and subheadings, nor in the frame of your objectives. Right. Now, our methods of data collection would not tell us how we would be structuring it in a different way than the social world actually exists. So it is, I think, you already had a discussion on narratives and how narratives are converted into social science texts. Usually I find a problem, I'll return to it if time. You see, when I say that social world is not simply your chapters and subheadings, you need to figure out a structure. How do I structure my writing? And sometimes, easily available structuring is chronological, the other is thematic. Either you go by the events which had happened first, and then it's like a storytelling, what happened next. But then, you also engage with a plot, that why and how they happen, and why and how they happen. You need to go into a non-chronological way. Sometimes you have to refer back. It is something like spiraling a storytelling in, you will find not only simply, talking about earlier in the films, you will find flashbacks, but now you will find different ways of, editing a story. So the structuring of a storytelling, structuring of a dissertation now talks about, how you are going to use a language drawing from both these traditions. What I meant earlier, discourse of causality and discourse of participation. Now we all know that when we have two elements in our writing. One is you are responding to already existing literature that we call literature survey or review of literature. And you look at your dissertations, already available literature, dissertations, thesis, more than 50% of every thesis would, that's why my experience is, including mine, to be engaging with already said things, already written things. But then you will be saying something new in your thesis. You have to say that, what I am going to say new in my thesis, and how and where I will be placing it. I mean, you all know that I am not really talking exactly about the structuring of your thesis, which you all know that, chapter 1 introduction, chapter 2 review of literature, methodology will be embedded in that. Otherwise, you have a third chapter. We all call these as somewhat theory chapters. And then you have empirical chapters. I actually don't like this. That's why I'm not endorsing this. Rest will come 2 or 3 chapters, empirical chapters, that coming from your field work. This is how you structure it. Now, broad structuring is like that, right? But then I just want to use the idea of language within these 2 traditions that I was talking about. And apart from conclusion, you have 2 or 3 chapters. Mostly I find 2, a maximum 3, sometimes 4. I don't know why this. And of course, you all know that, you are, as I mentioned to you, there are do's and do nots. You can't really undo the structure. But that's why I'm saying, how creative freedom can be used in your writing. Creative freedom, drawing from Gramscian way of, looking at it. How creative freedom comes in. So creative freedom comes in when you try to exercise something which will be technically not allowed, but it is allowed in a sense that, sometimes it is not noticed, and sometimes it is not carefully scrutinized, so that, you will give a kind of, you will get a free pass. So So unnoticed way of, it's not a radical alteration you are doing, but radical alteration is something like, there's no bibliography page, which had happened once in my experience. A student who was attending his viva, and the examiner asked that, where is your reference? So he said that, I don't know, we pass these jokes around, said that all my ideas are original. So, so you will find that you can't really do that, right? You can't really do that. But when you want to bring something, we all have this small ways of resisting. You know that, I mean, from Desoto, you might have learned about strategies and tactics. So how tactics can be deployed in a way of, exercising creative freedom. If at all you wanted to be a writer in your own terms, use your language, I'm saying, your language, I'll come to it. And how that language can be embedded in structuring the whole thing. Let me just, talk about, get back to that language that we are talking about. I hinted at that we all come with some sort of, language skills, but that language skill won't be fitting in. Can we challenge that, or how do we resist that, or can we bring a new language which I'm familiar with? How does it, or some others who are already having that language can do something else? So how do you work with your language? That when I'm talking about language, I'm not really simply saying it's English or Hindi or any other language. This, I mean, I had this thought earlier, but it's interestingly sometimes some deja vu happens. I was last weekend. I could not actually read that book. Arundhati Roy's much celebrated book recently going around. Mother Mary Comes to Me, because I actually tried to buy that book, and most bookshops said that it is out of stock. I don't know it is purposely out of stock or not, but I had to download the audio book and I listened to it. And because it was an audio book, I'm actually trying to read from the scratches that I've written from there. It's all about language. You know that, those who have read our fiction and non-fiction, the language that Arundhati Roy uses, and she talks about her own language. I mean, let me read. When I was in school, I did not, or I did consistently badly in my language and literature. No, her mother was her teacher, and I never understood the rules. Mrs. Roy, she addresses her mother, would slash through my little essays and compositions, marked me 3 out of 10, and make comments like horrible nonsense. She was right. They were complete and utter rubbish. Even then, I knew the language that I wrote in was not mine. And this is what I'm talking about, trying to. What's that language not mine? By mine, I did not mean mother tongue. By language, I don't mean English, Hindi, or Malayalam. I mean a writer's language. Wait, my own handwriting betrays me at times. Wait. Because I was actually writing. I didn't write for this purpose. Then I thought that I should read out. Yeah. See, that language was outside me, not inside me. A language in which I could describe my multilingual world to myself. No, our own multilingual worlds to myself. I knew that language would not come as easily. It would, but I needed to hunt it down like a prey, and this is what I liked the most. No, I need to hunt it down like prey disembowel it, eat it. And when I did, I knew that the language, my language, would ease its way through, like the blood flowed through my body. And it is a kind of an organic, sense making of, how now I get that, command over language. And she says that, and I become a predator, and my language and words become, they become prey. And she says in her own, interesting tone that, it is not a non-violent vegetarian act. So, we have to find that language which you think that, which can represent your multilingual world or multicultural world, and how we can use that particular language in our writing. And that doesn't mean that, you are making a radical alteration by undoing completely the sense of, what a discipline is and what an institution is. So I just wanted to go back. Yes. So we are talking about that creative freedom. And that creative freedom, which allows us to use our what you call that discourse of participation. And that discourse of participation doesn't come. What will happen that we all will be writing a kind of a mechanical reading and writing sort of an exercise, because we are not really going to earn anything from that reading which we can actually translate into a meaningful writing, which equally represent your language. Your language, I hope you got that from what I have read from Roy's description. And that language will easily get into that, constructing that creative freedom. And at the same time, it will, without, crossing the disciplinary boundaries. And I'm not really talking about the disciplinary boundaries. I mean, you don't need to go out of the discipline. You can actually bring that convention into the discipline. Now, we were talking about those 5-6 convention, and the 6th one is very interesting for me, because 6th one actually talks about how all these conventions are changing. And how all these conventions are changing, because you as researcher will be able to use that creative freedom, how you respond to that discipline. And in that context, when we talk about creative freedom, it is not really altering or undoing the discipline. Rather, it is all about responding to the discipline creatively. And while responding to the discipline creatively, it always suggests that, I'm drawing from Talal Asad, he would say that adhering to a discipline, it is not necessarily becoming a slave to that discipline. I mean, he doesn't use this word slave, which I used, because Asad's viewpoint is that, when generally this can be misread in the sense that when we talk about religion as a discipline or religion as a discourse, not necessarily that, people who follow religion, it's eventually you need to undo religion to exercise some sort of a creative freedom. All institutions, all disciplines, they will leave some space, leave some room for this act of creative freedom. And how do we look into, or how do we recognize that space which are quote unquote allowed or quote unquote neglected by those disciplines, which become trivial? And how do you enter into that space of triviality which is not being noticed, or which is not being surveilled very carefully by the so-called tradition of any discipline? So that's the sort of a theoretical sweep I just want to make while understanding writing. Can I take another 10 minutes? Yes. I just wanted to, I think, I'm talking about structuring. One more line, last line about, you don't need to make an adjustment while talking about the discourse of causality and discourse of participation. It doesn't talk the replacement of the other. It doesn't talk that, if you want to talk a language of a discourse of participation, you have to completely undo. It's not that kind of an incommensurable move that we are making. We are making sense of that, where it goes problematic when we are using the language of causality, whether it blocks the discourse of participation, then you have to engage with whether I should talk the language that is mine. I'm sure that you got to know that what is that language of mine. It's not the mother tongue. It's not it's not the language of, any of those languages we are talking about, but we get into the language by some sort of embodiment. I mean, when we are listening, sometimes, or when we are reading, it affects our body, it affects our mind. It's not that, we are exercising a purely cognitive sort of an exercise. It is not that, we are reading and we are knowing. It's not like that, right? Generally speaking, you get to understand this division between fiction and non-fiction. Non-fiction are emotionless. We have to read seriously because these are serious affairs. We get only knowledge, nothing else. Where fiction, you get into all kinds of emotions. It's like the man-woman binary, which was made by classical philosophy to modern philosophy. I mean, rationality versus emotion, sort of, or reason versus emotion. So how do we play around this trick? Like, what do we read and how do we write back that with these different framework? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's not a replacement, it's not substitution, but it is some sort of a maneuvering. So what you actually wanted to say in what ways within that creative freedom that will not expel you from that discipline, that you are unqualified, so you are no more a sociologist or no more an anthropologist. That's the worry we all have, whether it is allowed or not. Next, about time and temporality. I mean, we can use, I wanted to use two levels of understanding time. One is that the time of writing, generally we think about, and when we use time in our writing. It's about our own ways of engaging with writing. Secondly, how we write with the notion of time. And these are two different things. Since I use time, I thought that I'll bring to your notice these two things, which will be then, we can have a discussion if time permits. First, we sequence our act of writing generally at the end. I mean, two reasons you may write. One is that, you have to clear your synopsis or you have to submit your thesis. The deadline with a force, the institutional force. Next is like, that is a compulsion. Next is like, it's like, profit motive sense of, you write something, you get some reward, that it will be published or you'll get a certificate, so that we write. I also do something similar, but I also I don't write much. So I wanted to tell you in the beginning that I'm not a right person to have this kind of a workshop. What do you call it? You call it as a resource person or something? Yeah, I'm not that. I get angry, then I feel like writing. That is another problem, and that cannot be published. Sometimes it get into. But anyway, what I'm trying to talk about, the timing of your writing usually happens the end, last minute, 11th hour. That I think some of you will be presenting your paper on PhD work in progress seminar. The time comes that, yeah, Ayush is smiling, I know that. So these things would, generally part of our understanding. Look at the research journey you have. You first, writing happens when a proposal to be presented in front of the interview panel, that you write 4 pages to 10 pages. Then you just postpone writing. Then it happens when you have to, I'm talking about the JNU way. I mean, whether other universities are having different set of, practices. These are institutional practices in any manner. So you have the next set of writing takes place. I'm not really, reducing all of you. I'm not really intimidating. Don't worry. It's all about, next stage synopsis. I'm just skipping all this. The actual stage of writing happens. You will say that this is part of all our conversations with fellow research scholars. What are you doing now? I am going for my field work. I'm going for my field work. You are supposed to write something in the field in the name of old-fashioned field notes and field diaries. Now we don't use that. You have the mobile phone, the record button you press, and you get number of transcripts. People would say, I have some 230 interviews. I can't really digest that. 230 interviews on my mobile. And it's like stockpiling. And it's like MP3 files we collect, and we won't know which are the files. When we keep on downloading the same songs which are there in our collection. It's something like that. Transcripts, abundance of, fugitive abundance of transcripts. Now, that way we have actually compromised on our writing because it happens organically. Even when a person who talks to you, when that person's mannerisms and all, we were advised to write early lessons of our fieldwork. Field notes are important. Then you transcribe immediately that into field notes. And then field notes can be coded into thematic or chronological mapping of that, get onto that. I think we keep forgetting all those things because we thought that writing can happen later. Once you come back from the field, if time is there, another 1 year, 2 year, you will keep it for the last 6 months. We all do that. So this idea, I think you can actually challenge this by looking at the new business models of what you call the business models of work culture. When I talk about business model, I mean the software industry. So earlier, the software industry used to work like there's a method called the waterfall method. The waterfall method is something similar to our research method. The waterfall method, I mean, generally because I worked after my PhD, I was jobless for some time, and I got rehabilitated into computer science department of IIT Bombay to write a monograph of business incubation. So that's why I learned, how the software industry work culture is. So I did some, interviews, and so I got to know about it. And then I realized that how the work culture was changing later in 2010 and after, and the COVID time enhanced it. I'm talking about how they started shifting from the waterfall method to something called the agile method. Now, I'm not really going to the technicalities of that, but I'm just giving a sampler of that by saying that waterfall method, they write a requirement document. So what is required? What kind of a product is to be made? So they write the requirement. So what is the problem and how that should be addressed through making, suppose, you are making a drone. So what is the requirement? So you have to write a requirement document. And this requirement document can go into thousands of pages sometimes. And they keep on writing the requirement. And once the requirement document is ready, they think about the development plan. So then the development process takes place, software development. And then from there, after development, you do in between, there are so many stages. I'm not really getting into that. Like, for example, how testing takes place. After testing, the execution takes place, the release that they call. So it will take years. What happened by then, because we are in a faster world, in a world of global immediacy, things are changing. You know that, just for example, from radio to cassette to CDs and DVDs, it took some time. They could exist. But afterwards, none of them could exist properly. You see the time span. So the software industry was also like that. You have to develop something new because the requirement keeps on changing in quick succession. So you can't really wait for the requirement document to be ready. So they shifted immediately. These times, I was actually working with, I was lucky to witness these changes theoretically, not practically. I didn't know anything about what the stuff they were doing. But it's all about, how you navigate by doing this act of what you call, producing small segments of the software while doing the writing. It's something like, I just wanted to give this an analogy to think about research. Especially I was thinking about it during COVID time. The COVID time, what happened? The idea of fieldwork was completely gone. You had to do telephonic interviews, and you have to forget about all these ideas of being there, witnessing, what you call, observing and participant observation, all those things gone. Now people started talking about, new ways of doing patchwork ethnography, digital ethnography, ethnography, all those things came in now. Now, what I'm trying to say is that how we need to look at time in such a in such a world that we are into some sort of a global immediacy. So that this global immediacy is a concept which I used regularly in my economy society course by John Tomlinson. So how the space and time shrink into our and the way in which we think also, it's like that. I mean, we can't really spend time on watching a 3-hour movie unless and until we are in the cinema halls. And cinema halls also, people look at their mobiles, right? It's not that they are watching a film. So how do we set targets or deadlines? These are called the short-term targets. Now, the short-term targets, something like after research proposal synopsis, you take 2 years. In between, you write assignments and term papers. After that, you write synopsis, you go for field work, 1 year, 1.5 years, sometimes 2 years. Come back, then you think that you can write, and the writing goes in half-hearted manner because there's some pressure. You can't really use your language that time. You can't really use any structure that you planned that time. You have to rush into writing. This is like, that time it will help you, that 99 rupees course, that how to read fast. There'll be some course will come like how to write fast. Now you don't need to think about it because we are all technologized individuals. I think somebody might have talked about it, ChatGPT and all those things. Yeah. Anyway, those tools, I also use those tools to familiarize with that. But I am confident that those technologies are mediocre than my way of thinking. So if you think like that, it will help you. Otherwise, it won't help you. That person who's the trainer, he gives a tip that sometimes you want to become a speed reader. He was suggesting that you have to tell at least 7 times that I'm a speed reader, I'm a speed reader, I'm a speed reader. So likewise, you have to say that I am a thinker writer, I'm a thinker writer, I'm a thinker writer, so that I don't want what ChatGPT would give you. But you can use, I was talking to an English professor, so he was actually concerned about what do we do to tell them to do review of literature by actually reading those materials. But you get what you call summary of it. But these summary, I'm telling from my own experience. Recently we have edited a book on interdisciplinarity and with Professor Babu Ramesh from AUD. And I happened to see a podcast which another friend of mine who was not in academics, he was a chemical engineering working with a company called Shell. So he sent me, he used to search materials with podcast sites and all. Then he sent me this saying that your book was discussed by 2 machines. So there's a male machine and a female machine. They were discussing about the book, and they thoroughly read the acknowledgement page because they were also mentioning who are the people we acknowledge, and they are talking about their works. Suppose I mention Surinder Jyotai, they will talk about his work. So then thought, amazing, we are going into something else. We didn't think about it. And after that, we went by chapter. I realized that this is nothing much. It's just a summary without a thoughtful reading about it. So that's what I'm saying. You have to, you use, I'm not really against any of these technologies, but you don't compromise your own thinking mind. That's what your language, my language, you have to hold on to that language of mind that Arutati Roy was talking about. So this also, I just wanted to go back to the time frame that, if you can set target like the 2 weeks, 2, 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you can, convert this years or months into weeks. That will really work. If you convert these, 2 weeks target, even if you are writing an annotated, bibliography of one book. So I generally say annotated bibliographies are done by tools, ChatGPT and other tools, but it won't give you the way in which you are writing or you are reading or you are listening. So that's what I wanted you to look into, that, how I can set targets, like short targets, and then you will have a pile of, I'm suggesting you will have a pile of 300 pages before you plan to write your thesis. And that will be a kind of a huge deficit. You will be able to cheer, and you will be able to relax, and you can avoid depressions as well. Because otherwise, you will get depressed. Even that's what happens to me also. If I am not really writing for the whole 4 years, I have nothing. I have only that synopsis draft, which is lying with me, that is having some 35 pages of review of literature and some 10 pages of my own, utterance of, what I'm going to do. I won't have much. And this will be really a troubling thing. So if you right away, I didn't want to be prescriptive. I just wanted to shift this model from the waterfall method to the agile method. Agile method actually suggests this short-term targets. Short-term targets, you produce something. Short-term, so you count in weeks, if not days. Days won't be possible. So I think these are the things I just wanted to suggest about how you use time, and how you use time in your text. A few more lines, then I will conclude. When we write, generally what happens, this is the problem with social science way of writing. Mostly, I would not say completely. Mostly what happens that because of our distancing, because of our objective concerns for objectivity, most of ethnographic works were accused of being ahistorical in some sense. Now, ahistorical generally means that ethnographers used to freeze time when they were writing. So you won't get to know that because they essentialize. So because they essentialize, they were working with, during those times, the so-called pre-modern communities. And when we write equally, when we write with people who are part of our own presence, we have to share some sort of a simultaneity with them when we are writing about them, or writing about anybody, writing about an event. So how consciously we talk about time, how we represent time is actually important. It's a kind of an ethical act. See why I'm saying, with an example, if I say you will be, this is an example mostly I say. No, when we ask in the class that what are the polyandrous societies in India, the 2-3 names would come. Polyandrous societies. 1905, WHR Rivers wrote about the Nilgiris, Todas of Nilgiris as polyandrous. After 125 years, we understand them as polyandrous. And sometimes, some of us can be identified as headhunters also, right? I mean, we were all primitive at some point, in some sense. That's how, ethnographers froze time, and they all become like that. Likewise, all the subaltern communities, including women, Dalits, Adivasis, blacks, or transgenders, they all become something that can be objectified into a time that is frozen. So how do we work on this ethically to represent people in time? So I think I just wanted to suggest this fantastic book, which is an underrated book in anthropology by Johannes Fabian, the Dutch anthropologist who wrote about this time and the other, how anthropology made its object. So this is a wonderful way of troubling yourself by thinking about how I represent my people, how I represent my world, how I represent the events which I am studying. So these are the 2 things I just wanted to bring. One is the question of temporality in ethnographic or social science research. The other is making use of your own time. I think I'll stop here. I hope we have some 15-20 minutes of discussion. And before I conclude, just last one point, won't take much time. This is how speakers use their strategies. I didn't mention this in the beginning. When we talk about attending to a written text, attending to the written text, it's all about understanding how contextually, how rhetorically, how institutionally, how generically, how politically, how historically. I thought I had some good memory of this because I just was trying to. So how do you make sense of this as an act of listening? So I'm saying as an act of listening, we lost that, temperament of listening to people. I don't know whether you, agree with me or not, especially when you talk to a person, you have this confidence that I have my gadget, I have my mobile phone, I have my recording tool, it will record. I don't need to listen. I can listen later. So we postpone this listening, right? And that's why I would say that if you can actually enhance your listening capacity, as I was talking about your reading mentality, I would say, not just you all are, reading capacity, but the mentality goes in different directions. So that listening could be enhanced. You can actually find that, how your writing is also, and that will produce that kind of an embodiment. Yeah. Thank you for this. And I hope I am able to communicate. And in case you have some questions, I'll respond in my own
So
ways.
much
Yeah.
sharing so much experiences and discussion. You can take up the questions now.
The interest in life writing or life history is not something which is new or contemporary. Yeah. One of the, and if I could, because this is a session on life history, and if I could go a little autobiographical, one of the earliest texts that I read was as an undergraduate student in Presidency College, where we had this book called Documents of Life by Ken Plummer. And if you have not read Documents of Life, please read it. It is eye-opening. Documents of Life second edition also came. So I have the images of both the first pages. I read the one on the left-hand side when I was a student. And then when I started teaching research methods, I used Documents of Life too by Ken Plummer. Now, one of the very interesting observations that Plummer makes in Documents of Life is this paragraph, which I want to read out to you and then maybe spend a little time with this. The world is crammed full of human personal documents. People keep diaries, send letters, make quilts, take photos, dash off memos, compose autobiographies, construct websites, scroll graffiti, publish their memoirs, write letters, compose CVs, leave suicide notes, film video diaries, inscribe memorials on tombstones, shoot films, paint pictures, make tapes, and try to record their personal dreams. इनमें से आप क्या-क्या करते हो सोच सकते हो. And what is close to this, which is not there when Plummer had written, of course, Insta Reels are not there. So think about that also. Yeah, selfie lena is also not there. All of these expressions of personal life are hurled out into the world by the millions and can be of interest to anyone who cares to seek them out. They are all, in the broadest sense, documents of life. Yeah. So one of the first important sociological concept to keep in mind is that when we talk, I'll share the PPT with you, so you needn't click pictures of this. There's no copyright to this. Yeah, all of this. Yeah, this is like resource material. So please feel free, Ayush, to share with the participants. So something that is important for us to keep in mind sociological concept-wise is that everyday life is something that is best captured through documents of life. Everyday life is connected with life history as a method. Yeah. So those of you who are engaging with sociology of everyday, those of you who are interested in understanding how do we measure everyday life, because it is not very easy to measure everyday life, see where you get with documents of life, where you get with life history as a method. Yeah, so some of which usually doesn't come through survey questionnaires, very difficult. Yeah, some of which, while as an ethnographer in the field we try to capture, but it may still get left out. Again, I think I should say at the first slide itself that I'm not trying to say that your documents of life will be foolproof everyday life. Yeah, that is something that you will have to be aware of. But that should not be the reason for you to reject it. Rather, that should probably be the reason for you to accommodate it, include it, use it in a certain way. Maybe sometimes, maybe not as the main method, but as a complementary method. Yeah, I have used it as a main method, which I'll talk about later. Now, there are key sociological texts to read when we have to look at life histories or life writings as methods. So there are various things that I'm using interchangeably. I'm using documents of life or life history is this broad framework. Uske andar there are many kinds of methods, many kinds of techniques that can be documents of life. You are reading autobiographies only. That is one life history method that you're using. You are reading diaries and autobiographies. You're choosing two kinds of documents of life, life narratives. Yeah, you are using photographs of certain, people that you are engaging with, but photographs could be photographs that people have clicked. Photographs could be family photos that you are taking. Those families, there are certain people who have written diaries, who have written autobiographies, you're complementing. What I'm trying to say is that it is important for you to understand how much broad, how much narrow you will go in choosing your method. That's a very crucial thing for you to keep in mind. I'll give you one quick example from my own PhD work. I did my PhD work on Bengali women's autobiographies born between 1809 and 1910, 100-year time span, born between, right? And there were 20 published Bengali women's autobiographies. What have I done when I'm saying this? How have I narrowed? Tell me. How have I narrowed? I've said that I have used Bengali women's published autobiographies born between 1809 and 1910. I've used at least three things here. One, time frame, two, language, three, published. Clear? So you have to keep that in mind when you're choosing your method. Yeah. How is it that you're narrowing your scope is the most difficult task of research? Because you want to include more and more, but you can't. Yeah, you have a time duration within which you have to finish. Yeah, that is number one. And number two, the more you include, and if it is very different kind of sources, it will be very difficult for you, for the sources to talk to each other. Yeah. So what I did not take, while I took these, I did not take autobiographical novels. Yeah, there are many novels which anybody writes. I was using only Bengali women, and Bengali women have also written autobiographical novels, but I did not take them. Yeah, which actually was I felt very sad because there were many authors who I had just assumed that I will, they will be part of my thesis, but they couldn't be because, what I understood as autobiographical, I myself decided I will not take it when I did my PhD. Yeah, because doing 20 was a lot. Yeah, because, reading 20 full-length autobiographies is a huge amount. And all of this is in Bangla. This is not in English. Yeah, so I'm reading in Bangla, I'm translating into English and then writing the thesis. Yeah, okay. So then your work doubles. Something that you do when you go to the field, तुम field में बात कर रहे हो, वो हिंदी में बात हो रहा है, तुम जब लिख रहे हो, वो English में लिख रहे हो. हाँ, वो translation होता ही है, लेकिन translation पूरा का पूरा कभी भी नहीं होता है. हाँ. So these are things then to be kept in mind as you will narrow down your scope. So that is an important bit, in thinking through your method. Some of the important sociological texts that those of you who are doing work on life histories or are interested, one of the very, classic sociology books that we read was The Polish Peasant in Europe and America. This is amazing. It is about migrant peasants writing letters. Yeah. And written by, these two, Zenenike and Zenenike. And this is basically letters which talk about migration. Study migration through letters. That's something which was done in this particular book, which was published in 1960s. So again, as I'm trying to say कि ये कोई सरक छाप अभी के आया हुआ method नहीं है. हम पढ़ते नहीं है sociology में, that is a different thing. Yeah, but there are classical works around it. Okay, so one is this. The other, and this is a book which has influenced my work. It still does a lot. Is the Autobiographical by Liz Stanley. Yeah, those of you who are interested in feminist sociology, definitely read Liz Stanley. Liz Stanley is one of the earliest set of people doing work around, sociology of women, knowledge production coming from women. And Liz Stanley actually does work again on letters and diaries. She actually looks at South African white women. Yeah, Olive Snyder is one person that she reads, and Liz Stanley has an amazing website on Olive Snyder. Yeah, I'll probably share that link with you, later. It's an amazing amount of resource that is there. Yeah, so definitely read Liz Stanley. I'll tell you why. There are certain concepts that Liz Stanley gives us. I'll do that in the next slide. Audre Lorde's Sister Outsider, and a large body of Black feminist work. Yeah, is very important because they are actually telling us that, when we engage with life histories, why is it important to engage with questions of race? Yeah, with questions of sexuality, with questions of class, which actually the Polish peasant does. The Polish peasant work, आज के डेट में उसको तो जब वो लिखा था तब वो intersectionality था नहीं, लेकिन वो है. Because who is the migrant? Who is writing letters? वो letter भी लिख रहा है. I'm saying लिख रहा है, not with my stupid Hindi, with full knowledge that all of these are men who are migrating. So what I'm trying to say is that there is this body of work. Among classical sociologists, Robert Merton has been someone who has given us a concept of the sociological autobiography. तो उसको भी पढ़ लो. और कितना क्लासिकल जा सकते हैं. रॉबर्ट मर्टन इज दिस फंक्शनलिस्ट कोर उसने भी ऑटोबायोग्राफी पे बात किया है. ठीक है ना. Let's come to some Indian writers and whatever. It was towards the literally my end of PhD that I actually stumbled upon M.N. Srinivas talking about autobiographies. उस दिन मुझे लगा कि बस अब तो ये thesis पास हो जाएगा, क्योंकि तब तक तो it was like just doing. People have told me during my PhD days कि you're just reading storybooks and उस पे आप काम कर रहे हो, है ना. तो anyway, so Srinivas has this particular essay, Indian Anthropologists and the Study of Indian Culture, EPW का एक essay है, 1990s का, I'm forgetting exactly the year, where Srinivas actually says that as an ethnographer, how important it is for the ethnographer to actually study one's own self. Because as if while studying one's own self, you are also doing an ethnographic research. Yeah. So ये जो हमारा insider outsider एक बहुत clear neat divide हम करते हैं ना. Inside outside is always field जो बाहर है, जहाँ पे हम जाते हैं, who is waiting to be discovered. जैसे प्रथमा बैनर्जी का एक बहुत interesting piece है where she critiques traditional ethnography big time, that tribals are not waiting to be discovered by ethnographers. So ये जो neat divide and neat binary के बात करते हैं, Srinivas is actually having done that. Srinivas is actually telling us towards the end, and this is one of his last writings actually, where he's saying that it would be good if the ethnographer actually looks at himself, herself as the field. So you turn your gaze inwards, yeah, because all of us have our own social locations, contexts, histories, legacies, kinship, which also needs inquiry, which needs interrogation. Yeah. So what it is to look at the other in the self. That's actually the term that he gives. We think that we are the self. Yeah. But what if we are the other of our own self? And he gives, and this particular essay I I read, and then I read another essay by Sundar Sarukai, which actually quotes Srinivas and builds it up and says that, say for instance, you're writing your life history today, I'm writing my life history today. How do I talk about my childhood? That child me, is that this self, or is that the other of this self? And in a life history, you will always do that. There are fragments of life. There are imprints through which a life history is literally quilt. Quilt समझते हो आप लोग? ना? क्या है? बोलो, समझते हो तो बोलो. क्या है quilt? Correct. What do you do with that? Sorry, I didn't ask what you. I didn't mean to ask what you do with that. I kind of meant, how is it made? Exactly, joining. And you're joining as if pieces. As if that is how you're creating your life history as well. These are pieces and fragments. And these fragments in some ways are others. So there is the other of the self that is being constructed. Easy nahi hai. I'm never trying to say that this is an easy method to take. But difficult hai, isliye reject bhi nahi karna. Interesting. So Srinivas gives us this. Very significant work comes by Sharmila Rege, writing caste, writing gender. आप लोग सब शर्मिला रेगे को इंटरसेक्शनैलिटी में घुसा दिए हो. इसको पढ़ो, ये किताब का इंट्रोडक्शन पढ़ो, राइटिंग कास्ट, राइटिंग जेंडर का इंट्रोडक्शन पढ़ो. It's an important, tremendously important work on what is it for Dalit women to write. She doesn't use the word life history. She doesn't use the word autobiography. She uses the word testimonials. Testimonial kahan diya jata hai? Quotes, exactly. Why do you give testimonials in court? In order to prove something, so that justice, right? So she is looking at Dalit women's testimonials as written texts which will give justice, or which will talk about justice. Rather, it will talk about the discrimination. So that there is, through that discrimination, through that articulation of discrimination, there is a talk of just fairness, etc. So she gives us testimonials, and she traces a very interesting Marathi, Dalit women's writings over a period of time, critiquing the upper caste Brahmanical discourse of Marathi writing and saying that what has Dalit women writing given us. And then there are 7 translations of seven or 9, I'm forgetting, translations, excerpts of Dalit women's autobiographies here. Wo paro na paro, iska introduction zarur paro. It is a central piece on, life history. जो plumber documents of life में western sociology world में लिख रहा है, Sharmila Rege is writing documents of life through Dalit women's autobiographies in the introduction of writing caste, writing gender. Telling Lives in India, David Arnold और Stuart Blackburn का एक किताब है. They are historians. This was actually one of the earliest books that I read when I did my PhD. वो sociology में मिल नहीं रहा था. And writing, Sharmila Rege's book came much later. I think it came in 2007 and I submitted in 2007. So I've been using Rege as when I've been teaching rather than, using her when I did my work. But David Arnold wala kitab is very good. But it is a historian's, look at life histories. Very interesting articles here on prison narratives. इस पे भी चर्चा होते हैं आप लोगों का. Prison narratives is definitely a big one, radical, text to engage with. उसको life history के जरिए पढ़िए. See it as a method of doing sociological work. So prison, and of course, Gramsci's prison notebooks. Also read Aurobindo's prison notebooks. Very recently, you have Bela Bhatia writing, about times, life and times inside the prison. Yeah. We've of course had G.N. Sai Baba talking about, his time in prison. So prison is a genre by itself, prison narratives. David Arnold wala ye kitab again is very interesting. Its introduction tells us, very interestingly gives us what are the characteristics of life history, which is what I'll come to after giving one last reference. Writing the first person is by your own Professor Uday Kumar in English. And so, life history narrative writing is something which English students does the most. इसलिए मेरा प्रॉब्लम था. People were saying कि ये तो sociology का thesis है ही नहीं, आप जाइए इंग्लिश में कीजिए. तो but there is what is important in Uday Kumar's book, and this has come much late, I think 2017-18 का एक किताब है. One of the, at this moment, I think this is one of the best books that is available, which you need to engage with if you are doing life history, if you are using narratives as a method. He looks at Kerala, context of Kerala, 19th and early 20th century. Amazing kind of sources he uses with respect to what all constitutes life history. What does writing about life mean? So quickly, I'll just read out these words and remember them. So writing about life means remembering, storytelling, documenting, chronicling, mapping. What strikes you? I'll come to the next set of words later because they are a little different. एक बार फिर से देखो. Remembering, documenting, chronicling, mapping, storytelling. क्या है ये? Something, is there anything that is catching your attention? Is there anything that is that seems methodologically significant? कुछ है? Sorry? Very good. Very, very good. Memory. Thank you. What else? Sorry? देखो, memory and history, तुम actually एक binary बोल रहे हो, but no, that is exactly my point, that it is not a binary. Exactly. So life history takes you to that cusp of memory and history, yeah, which doesn't make memory and history as binaries as historians conventionally has done. Thank you. What else? और कुछ लग रहा है इसमें? ये सिर्फ ये 5 देखो, नीचे बाद में आ रही हूं मैं. Expressing stories of
Documenting it in a chronicling in a chronology.
No, chronicling doesn't mean chronology. Yeah, that is the one important thing that you will have to remember about life histories. Writing life history doesn't mean doing a CV. CV is usually अभी मालूम नहीं है आप लोग कैसे करते हो, हम तो मतलब जैसे whatever the age is, we have done CVs chronologically, है ना, कि 2025 में क्या है, फिर 24, फिर whatever, हाँ, शायद आप भी ऐसे ही करते हो. Writing life histories, especially narratives, वो तुम autobiography ले लो, biography ले लो, they are not necessarily chronological. It doesn't necessarily start from birth. Yeah, but it is chronicling, which is like journaling or documenting, but it need not necessarily follow a chronological order. But if you are using it as a method, for you it is important to make a chronology out of it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say that the writer is necessarily not writing it in a chronology. But for you as a student of social science, when you are engaging with that life history, you need to chronologize it. You need to say this woman was born on this year. So remember, I said 1809 to 1909. So I was then mapping of those 20, who is born when, yeah, in an ascending order or in a descending order, whatever you want to do. Okay. You have to find out, let's say, when is this woman married? You will have to find out how many children this woman has. The woman is whoever. I'm saying women because I used Bengali women's autobiographies. The woman is necessarily not writing, I gave birth to this daughter on this day of this year. But there will be things strewn, quilt. There will be things strewn in the autobiography, in that life narrative, जिससे तुम्हें पता चलेगा. पता ना भी चल सकता. Then it is important to figure out that if she had, did she have children? If she did not, then is she giving any reason? If she had, is she writing about them? Is she not writing about them? So that is what, so you're saying expressing a story. I'm trying to say you are actually trying to find out stories within the story that is written. एक तो लिखा हुआ story है. You are getting into that story through your sociological insight. वो insight जरूरी है. And then you will try to do patterns. कि ये 10 हमने पढ़ा है, इससे क्या क्या निकल के आ रहा है. These are the themes that are coming out. This is the time period that is coming out. Yeah, these are the conversations that are happening. And you see repetitive conversations, whatever. Okay, so I come to the latter bit. So remembering, documenting, chronicling, mapping, storytelling, what? About what? Fields, actors, characters, social and political times, transformations, disciplinary journeys. Yeah, this is all that you're doing from life narratives. Yeah, so when I use the word fields, I'm using it not in the conventional narrow way in which an ethnographer uses. Yeah, I still remember a brilliant class that Nilika ma'am had taken once when I came here to do a refresher course about interrogating what is a field. Yeah, and actually somebody who is an anthropologist actually telling us that move beyond this narrow understanding of field that the conventional anthropologist gives you. Think of social movement as your field site. And I was like floored. कि ऐसे भी सोच सकते हैं. So similarly, whenever I was asked that, आप तो field में गए ही नहीं, my constant counter would be this 100-year time period is my field. Because I'm actually understanding through these autobiographies what is Bengali social history in that 100-year period, which has not been documented by historians. Because historians don't document conjugality. They don't document domestic labor. They don't document what is the separation of the child from the mother at the time of marriage. They don't document what it is to live in the matrimonial home with mother-in-law. They neither document what it is to build friendships with sisters-in-law. But these women document. And they tell us some story. Yeah. So that's the field, that's your actors and characters. All of them are writing at a certain time. So memory is connected with history primarily because all of these writings will capture time. Yeah, they're all written in time space, continuums. And they tell you a transformation. Yeah. Think about, so as I said, I'm using 1809 to 1910, and these women are writing, let's say till actually about 1970 tak publish hua hai, autobiographies. Huh? And I'm covering through these autobiographies the partition. It comes in many women's narratives. Yeah. The social reform movements that are happening, women's education पे कुछ चर्चा है, health को लेके चर्चा है, and to the extent trying to remember, yes, in the last autobiography that I did, which was actually of a political worker, she actually also talks about the 1971 Bangladesh war. So I'm trying to say that these autobiographies there are also reflections. And again, women don't reflect like abhi aap mein likh raha hai on the partition. Aisa nahi hai. So this is what writing life writings mean. So what are your methodological questions when you engage with life narratives, when you engage with life writings? To me, there is this continuous disruption of binaries of self and the other, public and private. इसको need इस पे बहुत, I'm sure you know we passed the public and private liberal feminist phase. वो मत करो अभी, हाँ, और कर रहे हो तो प्लीज सोच लो कि वो गलत कर रहे हो, लिटरली गलत कर रहे हो, हाँ, don't do it. हाँ, वो it was 70s में चल रहा था वो, हाँ, वो सब है नहीं. मैंने our anti-caste feminists have, you know, critiqued it many years ago. हाँ, immediacy and memory. You are writing now, you are remembering what is happening. The now and the past is in continuous conflict, coexistence. Yeah. Textuality, I'll come to archive and life at the end. Textuality and intertextuality. There's a lot of, so, you know, post-structuralist theoretical approaches have been used to engage, and especially, you know, cultural studies people does it a lot. तो उदय कुमार पढ़ोगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा कि there's a lot of use of cultural studies language in understanding life writings. It is important to ask ourselves, how is this life written? I did not ask actually how is this life written when I did my thesis. It was a very difficult question. However, I did ask, why is this life written? और ये सोचना आप लोगों के लिए भी जरूरी है. You also need to ask that question. Why is a particular life written? Especially, so I was asking this question because I was doing published women's autobiographies. Published, what does published indicate? It would mean there is a, why will you publish something? तुम लोग सब publish करते हो. For exactly, that there would be somebody who will read. The moment you publish, you mean that you want this to be read. So these Bengali women, they were not extraordinary famous people. These were ordinary women, and yet they were published. So that's important to think, that what prompted them. Very interesting, you know, where did I get this question from? I did not start my PhD with this question, that I will come to this question. I will have a section on why do these women write. I had this question because my field gave me that question. Interestingly, many of these, maybe not all 20, but at least 10 to 12 of these women had a section hidden somewhere where they actually spoke. Why did they write this? Or who prompted them to write this? Or what prompted them to write this? तुम लोग सब बोलते हो ना ethnography में कि field हमें देता है. I'm telling you the same thing. I'm actually telling you the same thing. My field gave me this question. I did not even imagine that this would be a question that I will, you know, engage with. I was thinking कि हाँ family पे बात करेंगे. ठीक है ना? Okay. ठीक है. I think I've this part is something which I've talked about. So I'll maybe just I think 5 more minutes if it is okay. Yeah. And then you know, get into a discussion. So this is the first autobiography that features in my thesis, which is an autobiography by Rashundari Devi, arguably the first woman to write an autobiography, not even Bengali woman. And this autobiography was actually translated by Tolika Sarkar, very important work of hers, Words to Win. And can all of you see the slide? Take 2 minutes to read it. I'll not read it. Okay. Quick one-word thoughts that come to you reading this. It is not a prison that she is referring to. Okay. That, what is that? That is that in-laws sociology शब्द use करो. That is. बोलो. Sorry. A final homes. Wow, you know, it takes me back to my undergraduate sociology. क्या था? No. Natal home and a final home. And a marriage.
Marriage.
है ना? It's as simple as that. Marriage के बारे में बात हो रहा है यहाँ. Which is not a prison. Right? No. I'll read out. So I've used this, section a lot of times. And this autobiography was published in 1876. ठीक है. तुम लोग जाके पढ़ते हो ना किसको? मेरी वुलस्टोनक्राफ्ट को पढ़ लो, राजसुंदरी देवी को पढ़ लो. And वो इंग्लिश में भी अवेलेबल है, so कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. I'll read out a portion of what I am interpreting from this particular section. This is my own essay, and I've shared it with Ayush for you to have a look at, to read. How do I engage with the above narration made by Rashundari Devi? Shall I see this as a treatise on Bengali upper caste marriage of the early 19th century? Shall I read this in the light of the Brahmanical proverb that a woman is paraya dhan, somebody else's property, and so necessarily has to lose her attachment with her natal family? Does marriage still remain a prison or cage for many women in South Asia? What do women today do if they consider marriage to be a prison? Do they lament and adjust? Do they try to work through the prison? Do they sing in the cage, fly out of the cage, or run away from the prison to become a fugitive, or a separated woman, become a divorced woman, but never again that previous caged woman? I'm playing with the metaphor of cage, if you realize, because cage is here. And those of you who have read Maya Angelou, you know that one of the very famous pieces of her is I know the caged bird sings. Can I also read this as an articulation of a longing, a desire that went unfulfilled, a longing that a daughter has for the mother, and that is understood through grief in the above narration? So the question that I had to engage with consistently was whether narrations like this be considered as anecdotes anecdotes in the sociological knowledge paradigm, or fiction or fact. We tend to disregard the anecdote as something said as an aside and not the real, discard the fiction as a story, and are oblivious to the embodied people who create or inhabit those facts. So the autobiographical field becomes a contestation around fact and fiction, history and memory, the longue durée, which means the long-term historical structures, and the protoho, or the everyday life world. What I'm trying to say is that that's the level of sociological engagement that life histories are capable to give you, only if you give it a chance. Over a period of time, I've used these life histories a lot when I teach. I make it a point that I get at least one class on life histories in a full research methods course. Ek mujhe de do, I grab it even if I'm not teaching the course. Bas karna hi hai. So yeah, I'm sure you have heard of Jhutan. It was again famous. Ye sab sirf heard na karo na, pad liya. Baby Kamle's work, The Prisons We Broke. Today, very interestingly, ek time जब ये I do sessions on life history, autobiography, whatever, आज लग रहा था prison is coming back so much as a metaphor. marriage, real prison, prison narratives or prison genre writing. So there's something, you know, with respect to everyday life in prison. And one of the earliest Bangla books that I actually read, which I have, those of you who can read Bangla, is Pinjore Boshia, Inside a Cage. Or inside a prison. So yeah, it's interesting how late 19th century, early 20th century discourses have been around the prison as in a metaphor of the home. Pinjra Tor is not late 19th or early 20th century. Na? Okay. A Truth About My Life, A. Revati's very significant work, you know, around becoming, you know, this what it is to write a transgender life. Yeah. Or this is, I love this, 11 Ways to Love, is written by somebody called Nidhi Goel. And she's a blind stand-up comedian woman. And she has these short stories, which kind of talks about 11 Ways to Love. So I'm kind of trying to say that there is a broad spectrum. There's a world waiting, literally, for sociologists to engage with. That is the amount of field, you know, presence that is there. I you know, read out a portion from this book only, so I'll ask you to read this chapter. Read this book, not just my chapter. Yeah, seriously, read this book, because this is a very, very good book on sociological research methods. जो भी method पे आप काम कर रहे हो ना, I'm sure there will be a chapter here, literally. My last, you know, this is something that I have, I think, just started to do. I don't know whether it will remain an unfinished project like so many things in life. But, so I'm starting to think around what if sociologists wrote their lives. So this is the, I'm asking you to think about the shift in my own academic journey. My PhD journey is starting with using life history. Then it is to say कि life history sociology में डालो. फिर sociology research method में life history पढ़ो. And now I'm trying to actually see what if sociologists or anthropologists write their lives. समझ रहे हो? कैसे घूम फिर के देखो, I will come back to the life history. It's like a cow essay. कुछ भी दे दो, I will reach there. But now it is to actually see whether sociologists and anthropologists have written. किसी को पढ़े हो? Have you read anybody? इरावती कारवे मत बोलो, उस पे मैं बात करूंगी. बोलो. हाँ, Rosaldo's? Yeah. Really? हाँ. Yeah. Correct. Right. Great. यहाँ पे actually एक, I did something. इसको बड़ा कर, sorry. Ferrier Alvin Life Among Indian Tribes is actually a good example. Andre Bete ko पढ़ सकते हो, Sunlight on the Garden. It's a very lyrical, as he writes. My life, the journey of a Dalit sociologist, was eye-opening. I did a book review of this, and that is probably also the reason why I, engaged with it very, very deeply. So these are, some of the Indian contexts jahan pe likha gaya hai. There's a book edited by Geeta Chadha and Joseph M.T., which is called Reimagining Sociology. There's a section, the first section there is on women sociologists. And there are some biographies of women sociologists there. I am actually, this particular slide and the work that I'm doing is in some ways building upon that argument itself. So Iravati Karve is an anthropologist. Actually was a teacher in Deccan College of sociology and anthropology department. And she headed the department from the time she entered in late 50s or mid 50s till 1970 when she retired. Yeah. Do you read Iravati Karve? Anything? Yeah, Kinship Organization. That's the most famous work of Iravati Karve. Huh? So very recently, there is a biography of Iravati Karve that has come out. It's called Iru, The Remarkable Life of Iravati Karve. Okay. And when I'm trying to ask whether sociologists, anthropologists write life histories, what is the kind of sources that I will use? Autobiography, biography. Those are easy. Diaries, letters. Now comes the more ephemeral part, which is what makes it interesting for me. Personal essays, field notes, interviews that they would have given, photographs, obituaries, memorial lectures. Do you see the self in all? But do you also see the other in all? I'm asking you to, so this bit, ये जो whatever ऐसा कुछ कायदा करके हमने यहाँ पे दिया है with the names of what all constitutes life histories. Go back and I'll be able to do it. Go back and compare it with where I began. This plumber's list of what all can constitute life history. I'm only doing some rehashing of this when I'm saying these. ये जो left hand side में जो, I'm basically trying to say that let us not look at kinship organization in India. That is the classic sociological anthropological work जो इरावती कार्वे ने दिया है. वो तो हम hopefully sociology class में पढ़ लेंगे, usually नहीं पढ़ते हैं. हाँ, क्योंकि we are busy doing Madan and whatever, Dumo and Ghuriye. Yeah. So, but if we do not read that, but we read Iru, our starting point to understand Iravati Karve is actually not Iru, is an essay by Nandini Sundar, which is called In the Cause of Anthropology, the Life and Work of Iravati Karve. This was an essay which had come out in this book, Anthropology in the East, Founders of Indian Sociology and Anthropology. Yeah. That was the first time that somebody had written literally a full-length, life history of Iravati Karve. Then we have Iru, this full-length biography, which is written by Urmila Deshpande, who is her daughter, who is her granddaughter, and Thiago Pinto Barbosa, who was her student, PhD student or whatever. But then I'm also using, this, if you can read this thing, a chapter in the history of Indian social thought, Iravati Karve's contribution as a public intellectual. This comes many years after she has passed away. But again, as if doing something like an obituary, but a much academic full-length obituary. And there is this Anthropology for Archaeology Proceedings of the Professor Iravati Karve Birth Centenary Seminar. It is like, talking about, it is like if you had delivered a memorial lecture for Iravati Karve. And I'm using a personal essay of Iravati Karve, which is On the Road, a Maharashtrian Pilgrimage, where she actually talks about a personal journey that she undertakes in connection to a particular festival, a religious festival in Maharashtra. Yeah. And she writes another, not really a personal essay, but quasi-academic kind. The Indian Woman in 1975, she writes this in 1966. For those of us who have been, who does feminist sociology, engages with the women's movement, 1975 is a very important year, because in that year, the report called Towards Equality report was published, which came from the Committee for the Status of Women in India, done by the government of India. I did not know that Iravati Karve actually had written something called The Indian Woman in 1975 in 1966. Yeah, I'm yet to get hold of the full essay of this. I'm just looking at some portions which are available online. And I'm trying to argue that this life impinges on it. It necessarily is connected to Iravati Karve, the anthropologist. I'm trying to say, if you had to quilt this, you will also as if reach Karve, the anthropologist. Yeah. So how is it that you use the life history with your sociological insight for you to tell what is something which sociology should give? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I mean, the amount of efforts which you had put into preparing such a detailed PPT and the lecture, the detailing of the session, and definitely for incorporating the gender element which came up in your lecture. I was wondering, throughout all the 9 sessions, will it come anywhere? But yeah, I cannot thank you enough for this. And we can take up the questions, if any, quickly, and then we can move for the tea.
So the paintings.
Yeah, okay. So,
Thanks for reminding me.
No, in some ways, I actually always have felt that working through women's life histories kind of takes me to paintings which have women characters together. I think one of the things that I always have felt throughout the PhD, and even now that I use life narratives, is that while these women are probably writing about their own lives, they are not just writing about themselves. Yeah. Now it is very difficult to actually say that they are writing about all other women. Abhi to it is impossible to say it. At least 20 years ago, I could still make that claim in some ways. So no, I'm not actually trying to say that they are talking about all women. No. But I'm actually, however, still trying to say that as if there is some kind of a feminine life that you are seeing. And in that life, there are these characters. Now, there is a daughter, there is a mother, there is a child, there is a husband. There are many women characters. There are actually many women characters that you will see in these autobiographies. It's amazing, when I did the analysis of my own 20 women's autobiography, I kind of claim them so much, just like you claim your field, that they write so less about their husband. But I used to feel that it is a lack. Over a period of time, it tells me it is so liberating that you write about your full life without actually writing a lot about your husband. And very interestingly, most of these women wrote their autobiographies after they became a widow. It is telling. Yeah, that the significant other in your life is not there. Maybe you get more time. Maybe there is not that gaze constantly there. There can be so many things for you. So yeah, so in some ways, whenever I use an imagery, I do not use the image of one woman. Because, and so if you realize they're very close together, there is a bodily connect. I don't think that necessarily all of that comes in their autobiographies very directly, but there are indications of building connections. That grief thing, that mother and the child, there's just so much longing to hold or see the mother. So yeah.
While this has been very interesting, because I do think that the everyday life holds way more for us to analyze, and this is why, well, as sociologists, we value participant observation also. But like the artifacts that we consider to study what life narrative would be. For example, yes, today we have reels and today we have YouTube shorts, and all of that is not life history per se, it is content. I'm using the
Right.
language it's called
Content.
right?
Huh.
And it caters to a certain gaze,
Hmm.
and you can manipulate what you want to write.
Correct.
And in that entire
You can manipulate what you want to show as
what you want to
content.
show as content. Yes, or what you want to show as your everyday life. And in that, the fact, fiction, and all of that just blurs. So much so that even bodies that you see online are not here. And I just, I mean,
I'm getting your anxiety.
yeah. And like the way you've shared it, it sounds like yes, this is a methodological approach that I think most of us would benefit from, because this is a conversation that we had with PhD students residing in the same accommodation as our bachelor students in my college, which is Triple Ivy Delhi. And PhD students shared this concern that we can't be ourselves because we share a relationship that we are going to grade them. So living in the same space as them has a certain perspective that they form of it. And then the same applies to the way we PhD students see our faculty. Why we are always so enamored by who's their partner, oh, we saw them there last week, or we saw them, like, we went
Don't
out.
make faculties your friends in Insta.
Yeah, it's not that. No, I'm talking about real spaces. Okay.
Okay.
Like if I am going to, let's say, Chile, then I see my faculty sitting there with their partner. Right?
Exactly.
And in that moment, we know more about their everyday life than they would ordinarily let us on. So as sociologists, can we really write about the everyday life? If we can write it in hindsight, perhaps, like writing about.
I think I've understood. Yeah. Any other?
This is online.
There is. I'll address that. Anything else from the room, or else I'll read this once. Of life history, we incorporate research in women's daily lives and the subject of women's violence. Speaking into a tick. Okay. Okay. So, one of the things that I think I also tried to say is that this is not an easy task.
Yes.
Yeah, let me first say that. And what I did when I was a PhD student and how I am articulating it today there's a huge transformation.
There's your life history.
That we'll not get into. That requires, yeah.
Another lecture.
Please. No lecture. Having said that, I think over a period of time, sociology as a discipline has evolved. To the extent that so many of you, even when you're, let's say, doing work on migration, you are interested in understanding the everyday life of a migrant or a displaced person. Or you're interested in understanding how is it that a transgender person's life in a higher education institution pans out. I'm probably asking you to think that very interestingly, everyday life or the sociology of the everyday has entered the sociology space much more than it was 10, 15, even 20 years ago. If that has happened, first of all, you need to first think that who is it that you're reading on your sociology of everyday, or ye Lefebvre ko padhe ho ya nahi, ye soch lo. Nahi par abhi tak, if you've not read Lefebvre, please read Lefebvre. If you're doing any work on everyday, yeah, or please CERTEAU, CERTEAU. These are two people jinko parna hi hai, and Dorothy Smith. These are three people who will give you the sociological terms of reference to deal with the everyday life. Okay, this is number one. Number two is that how is it, what sense will you make of your field? Yeah, where there is a blurring. The trouble is with this blurring, which is also there in the autobiography, which is the reason why I'm saying that it is standing at the cusp of memory and history, fact and fiction, the immediacy and the past, the blurring of the public and the private. How is it that you will make sense of it? Sociology में phenomenology तो पढ़ते हो ना? Why don't you use more Garfinkel, more Alfred Schutz? Why is it, I'm sorry to say this, but why is it that all sociology will only have to go back to Foucault and Butler? Socho thoda sa. We have it in our own resource rich. The phenomenology kya karta hai? Phenomenology actually teaches us what is the phenomena through which you will understand everyday reality. Presentation of self in everyday life, hai na? Kaufman ka? तो ये तो self ही है. I'm adding layers to. मैं बोल रही हूँ self, other, self. Of course, complicate करना है. Yeah. Because larger social world has gone complicated. So this is my first response. From your sociological, theoretical, conceptual matrix, what can you derive? You need to know your terms of reference. वो set करो. Unless you do that, all of this will be, as I myself reflected in this essay, will be termed as anecdotal.
Yeah.
There's a very interesting book by Anthropological Journeys. God, why am I not remembering the name of the Meenakshi Thapan ka. Edited by Meenakshi Thapan. Padho isko Anthropological Journeys. It is about diaries that or field notes that anthropologists keep, which is not like Malinowski ka wo, whatever happened with that. Yeah. So I'm trying to say that ये जो तुम diary maintain कर रहे हो ना, when you are seeing whoever your participant, your professor, your whatever, and where is the real and where is, you don't want to see so much real, all of that. You are reflecting something. What is it that you're reflecting? वो diary maintain करो as someone who is engaging with life history. ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ field में जाओ तो diary maintain करना है. So field notes and that reflection is important, and in that you need the sociological terms of reference. It is messy. I actually use the word messy quite often. इस lecture के लिए एक बार भी नहीं किया. Dorothy Smith gives a very interesting. इससे डरो. I'm just trying to say, deal with that. It's important to deal with that. I know the fear. I've gone through the fear now. I've gone through, which is why I said the hesitant me of 2008 and it takes time. It takes time to, have the whatever confidence or whatever to come and. लेकिन वो होगा. I think the most important thing is true for any method that you take. How rigorous are you? What sociological texts are you going back to? So if you realize, I started with sociological texts. I did not start with Rashundari's autobiography. I told you that this is where I'm getting my lexicon from. From Robert Merton to M.N. Srinivas. सुनना है ना, लोगों को सुना दो. फिर Dorothy Smith में आओ. Okay, I think I'll stop just this. Does life history necessarily require autobiographical accounts? No. Interviews can actually be part of life histories. I'll stop at that. Thank you very much.
Qualities, of caste, agrarian change, rural India, and the political sociology of community identities. And he has been widely published, and his recent publications include The Indian Village, Rural Life in the 21st Century, to 2023, the Oxford Handbook of Caste, OUP 2023, and a Handbook of Rural India 2018, Orient Black Swan, Caste in Contemporary India, and he's the editor of Routledge India book series on religion and citizenship, and co-editor of the OUP book series on exploring India's elite. And he has also been the recipient of the ICSSR Amartya Sen Award for Distinguished Social Scientist. So now, so over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, I'm keeping this mobile phone here because I'm supposed to look at the time. I'm supposed to be speaking for 40-45 minutes, which I will do. But I will also request you to put your mobile phones inside your bags. And if somebody starts speaking on mobile phone, looking at the mobile phone, my brain stops functioning. So for 5 minutes, I can't speak after that. So this is a medical condition. So I request you to not use your mobile phone while we are talking. My title is Writing and Publication. This is perhaps also a professional topic. There must be specialists who teach on this subject and write on this subject and also do research on this subject. I'm not one of them. So since I'm speaking at the end, I suppose all research ought to eventually lead to publications, and that's why perhaps this is the last session of this workshop, 2 days. When we talk about writing and publication, we are obviously talking about research writing and publication. Writing and publication could mean many things. I remember last month I started teaching here, first semester student. After my second class, one student came running to me and she asked me, sir, I want to publish on something, and how do I do it? I looked at her, what do you mean by publishing something? No, I've already written something, I've published something, but now I want to publish on inequality because I'm teaching a course on social stratification. Why are you asking me? Please go ahead and publish. No, I want to discuss it with you. Well, for me, you are a first semester student. This is something that happens after many years. I have a son, second son, younger son, who is in class 11th in school, and he tells me that he has a friend and she has already published 2 books, right? And she is perhaps writing another book. So publishing is not something that is kind of part of research, but we are talking about publishing that happens after research, right? So we are talking about, in some sense, research writing and research publication. And we need to still specify what do we mean by research writing and publication by identifying different kinds of publications. Even as researchers, senior researchers, including me, we write various things and we publish various things. And if you were to classify them, there are 4 or 5 different kinds of writings and publications, which even senior sociologists, social scientists tend to do. One obvious thing is what we call as the opinion piece. Right? When I write in a newspaper, or you find Dipankar Gupta writes in Times of India, Andre Bete used to write a lot. You have Pratap Bhanu Mehta, who writes in Indian Express very frequently. He's also a very well-established social scientist, and many others. Every day, if you pick up newspaper, there would be at least half a dozen articles appearing in newspapers which are written by social scientists. So they are called opinion pieces. Opinion piece is not a research article. Opinion piece is something else. Right? Likewise, some people describe themselves as essayists, right? So you write essays, you write long essays. You would find these things have become out of fashion, but you would find lots of very well-known writers, and you have read their writings, and these are collection of essays. Essays would tell us about that topic, and also it would be an opinion of the person who is writing that, but it could also be very interesting prose, very well written. So opinion pieces and kind of essays are what I would like as context-specific reflections. Right? So we are reflecting on something, something is happening. There are, for example, floods in different parts of the country, and we have had uh, mountains falling. We have what they're called what is it called? The specific word that is used? Landslides, and landslides, or what is another one? Cloud bursting. And that leads to sudden floods. As citizens of the country, we obviously don't know what is happening there. We have no idea. We are not geologists. But we do feel that there is something in it because there's a lot of discourse going on environmental change, on the way constructions are happening. So I feel upset and I write a piece on cloud bursts and these kinds of things happening. And then we obviously blame ourselves, blame this government, blame the country. So these are reflections of a citizen, right? As citizens, we have the right to reflect. And obviously, if I am a sociologist, if you have done research on environmental questions, your reflections are likely to be also informed by some kind of larger research understanding. So we write those essays, we write those opinion pieces, but that's not what we are talking about. That's not what I'm going to discuss with you. Likewise, all of us from class kindergarten, we have been reading what are called as textbooks, right? And textbooks can be very advanced textbooks. Say, for example, somebody like Robila Thapar writing a textbook for history students of class 12. Or you would also have sociology textbooks for MA, right? So these are collections of existing research. So that's also not what we are talking about. Textbooks are state of art, right? What has already happened and how much do we already know and how has it been classified, described, conceptualized, presented, etc., etc. So that is another type of writing which we do. Then fourth, one can identify as what one would call as advocacy writing. Advocacy writing has also become very popular. If you happen to work with an NGO, you are all the time producing pieces which are prescribing policy. Advocacy is something that you are advocating. So now, if I was to identify advocacy, there could be two different kinds of advocacies. They overlap. One is ideological advocacy. Again, in newspapers, opinion pieces, or otherwise, these days, everyone has a very strong opinion and they're doing advocacy. They want us to convince why this kind of policy is good for us. For example, if Trump imposes tariffs on India, there are lots of economists who are writing that how India should pursue economic reforms and those reforms would be good for India. So these are not, and these are written by even very well known, distinguished economists. So some of this is policy prescription, which is coming from your own understanding of the subject, but it could also be a kind of ideology-driven prescription. And I suppose you understand what I mean by the ideology. Ideology is a kind of politically persuasive kind of argument, which are not simply reflections, which are not reflections of a citizen, which are also motivated by certain kind of political project, power project. That is what would be ideology. Ideology could be left-wing, right-wing, feminist, conservative, or whatever you like to call it. Then finally, obviously, you have what we call as fiction, right? Or creative writing. Creative writing is a better word. Now, creative writing can be of two types. One is fiction, and the other one is what is called now come to known as non-fiction. Now, in reality, there's nothing called fiction, right? And there's nothing called science. So everything at some level has an element of creativity. So creative writing is when you imagine a character, you write about it, you kind of creatively write. Right? I published a book you were talking about on Village India, which was published in as non-fiction. It was published by a social scientist, and it is all kind of academic work. But I would also not call it as a research work. This was, in sense, compilation of my work that I've been doing on Village India, along with writings of other people. But it is not a textbook. It is meant for lay public, and some people would call it as non-fiction. On Amazon, it was listed among what was called as true accounts. True accounts are biographies or autobiographies. say, for example, Arundhati Roy has come up with this new book, Mother Mary Comes to Me, and I'm reading it these days. She says it is true account, right? But she also says it is fiction, right? That it's like a novel. When I read it, when she reads it, when you read it, we might get different things out of it. And this is very intimate writing by a writer who is a fiction writer. And then she tells us about her earlier book, what is called as The God of Small Things. And then she said, this person whom I'm talking about, who I met when I was kind of trying to fish, he is that person who appears in that book as well. So her characters are from the same context. And these characters were presented as purely fictional characters in one book, and in the second book they are being presented as true account, right? As something that is biographical, autobiographical, and she's talking about her mother, she's talking about various kind of people she meets there. So you have this creative writing, which is fiction and non-fiction, but non-fiction and fiction are also, in some sense, both of them have element of creativity. But in non-fiction also, the difference between research writing and non-fiction writing is that in non-fiction, the researcher or the writer is not accountable to the reader. Right? You don't have to present an evidence. You actually saw this. So it's also full of opinions. And she's writing every word, every sentence she uses for her mother, it's her own experience with her own opinion of that relationship that she had with her mother. So these are not things that we are talking about. We are talking about research writing, which is different from opinion pieces, which is different from essays, which is different from textbooks, which is different from advocacy writings, which is different from creative writing, right? So what is research writing, right? So when we use the word research writing, yeah, I just want to have some ventilation. So when we are talking about research writing, we are talking about writing science, right? So all of us have heard this word called science, and science is a very different kind of enterprise. Now, when we are writing science, and that's why when we say that I'm joined Department of Sociology and I'm first semester and I want to write something, it kind of amazes me that, how can you even think of writing? Because when we are talking about science writing, so you can write science only when you have done science, right? So science writing means having something to say, not as a creative person, not as an opinionated citizen, not as somebody who wants to do some ideological advocacy, but as somebody who has collected some evidence on the basis of research. And this is very, very critical. These are very obvious things, but this is something which is the obvious thing that we need to do when we are talking about research writing. We are not talking about writing per se. We are talking about putting together evidence that we have collected in form of a text, right? So how do we do research? How do we do science writing? And this is something which is common across scientific discipline. That's why we say sociology is a science. Anybody cannot be a sociologist. People write lots of things. There are sociological elements in that, right? For example, when you're talking about, say, at home, if you suddenly feel there's stomach pain and your cousin is sitting there, or your uncle, or your, generally we use the word grandmother, wise woman, tells you to go get some, what is called ajwain. What is ajwain called in English? Somewhere. Yeah. And you spoon of it and drink warm water over it. And it actually works. In most cases, in 70% cases, that kind of stomach pain goes away, or you're told that. So these are all scientific things. But this is not really science, right? If you tell somebody, research journal, that, a medical science journal, they would not take it seriously that, 70 times my grandmother told us to have ajwain, and 68 times the stomach pain went away. Therefore, we can generalize. But what does it do? Right? How does the stomach pain go away? So you can frame it as a question, but in order to write science, you'll have to go through this whole process of chemical composition of ajwain, and how, in what conditions, in what kind of stomach pains that it works on, in what form, what acid that it interacts with, and those acids then turn into something else. And because they turn into something else, you feel relief. There must be some biological process, right? So how do we describe that biological process that ajwain produces? Likewise, as sociologists, we are also doing science, and that is our mandate, right? When we're talking about research science, we must be talking about science that we have done, the evidence that we have collected, and that evidence ought to be based on systematic and verifiable process, right? That's why always you have in a methodology section that the evidence that I'm going to present in my thesis or in my paper is collected through agreed upon methodological procedures, agreed upon by the research community. Research is always for a community, right? It's a social process, it's a sociological process, all kind of research. Scientific research also is a sociological process. Doing research is a kind of agreement that if we do this for the time being, we have heard about this category called paradigm. So scientists agree that this is a protocol that we are going to standardize. There would be 20 kinds of other evidences which would say that this protocol is flawed. But then they would still say that, okay, until we have something else, we agree on this protocol, right? Like, for example, the doctors will ask for a sample of our blood, or they'll ask us to kind of, scan our body. These days, they're saying that you don't even need blood sample in order to establish whether you have diabetes or not. You can just put your finger on something and some data will come out. So there are different ways in which the same scientific research can be done. So when we are talking about research writing, the biggest challenge is to work out a narrative. The word narrative means what? The narrative basically means writing it in form of a persuasive story. So we all are, even though we are doing science, even if you are doing medical research, we have to put together our evidence into a story. Story just like a story, like you talk about, last evening you went out and you saw one jinn and this is how happened. It might be a completely creative story, but as far as the structure is concerned, it has to be structure of a story. Otherwise, it doesn't really become scientific evidence. So you can't write science through tables and therefore this, calculate this come. So nobody will be able to read it. Even advanced theoretical scientific work based on some kind of computer calculation will have to be translated into a narrative, right? So narrative is not unique to sociology. Narrative is not unique to literature. Everything has to be a narrative. That's what makes us human. As human beings, we communicate with each other, and science is part of the same kind of communication process, and therefore science is also part of culture, right? So that's why I'm saying that there are different kinds of different forms or modes of writing, and scientific mode is just one of them. It's not like it's superior or inferior, but this is a specific kind of narration. And this narration is not creative narration, right? So when we say that science is culture, it doesn't mean that science is not possible. Science is also a narrative, and that narrative has to be based on some notion of facts. If you don't believe in facts, there are some people these days who say that there is nothing called fact. So that is, they should not do science. If there is nothing called fact on which we can agree, then that person is not really capable of doing science, or the person has transcended this world of everyday life. You can become a spiritual person and you can talk about God and you can recite poetry or do job, but that is not really science. Science is done only amongst people, by people who agree that there are facts out there. When I'm saying that there is a specific number of people sitting here, and out of them, these many are men, these many are women, and I could go ahead and say that they are tired, and if tiredness level has to be calculated from 1 to 10, and I can say that girls are tired from 1 to 3, boys are tired from 1 to 7, and there are some other people who get tired within 5 minutes because they're so obsessed and addicted to social media that unless you get your regular diet of whatever, what are they called? Quickly move reels, they just can't breathe, right? So they feel very exhausted if they have to listen to somebody, right? So you can have that measurement of tiredness, but we are talking about facts. I'll have to establish that yes, there are processes of addiction which can be factually verified, right? So one can measure that. So it's only when we agree that there is something called addiction, somebody can say, no, this is nonsense. Why do you even think of it as tiredness? It is distraction. But we agree to call it as tiredness, right? And once we agree, then we can communicate with each other. So that's why science is always done in a community. I'll keep coming back to this. So when we are writing, we are building a narrative. We also build narrative for someone with whom we are communicating. When I was preparing my notes, I had in mind people like you. I didn't know, I know some of you, but most of you I don't know at all. But I knew what kind of audience I will have. So what is it that I'm going to talk about? So you have to visualize your audience, and that's very, very critical. Only then you can construct a story. You can tell a story when you have some notion of audience, right? If you are sent to class kindergarten in school, and you have read Michel Foucault, and you want to tell them about Michel Foucault, you can tell them about Michel Foucault, right? But then your narrative will have to be far more complicated. Actually, you'll need to be 3 times more intelligent than Michel Foucault to be able to translate to kids in kindergarten, right? But only 3 times, not 7 times, right? And it is possible to be 3 times smarter than Michel Foucault in communication. And there are many people who can do that, right? So you have to visualize a community, and you should remember that when you are writing research, you are writing for a specific kind of people. And who are those people? They are fellow academics, right? That's how you can visualize them. That's how you can. But there will be different kinds of communities, right? For example, when we were kind of in your kind of situation, for us, the ultimate journal was Economic and Political Weekly, right? And we knew Economic and Political Weekly was not only a research journal which was very widely read, but we also knew the kind of people who read Economic and Political Weekly. There was a wider community of scholars, of policymakers, of activists. Everyone would read Economic and Political Weekly, and whatever was published in Political Economic Weekly, it became topic for larger public debates across disciplines, across policymakers and activists and stuff like that. So likewise, we have different kinds of communities. When you're writing for contributions to Indian sociology, that community is different. Community of anthropologists who work primarily on South Asia, mostly using kind of an Orientalist Indological perspective or certain other kind of empirical work. Contributions has also changed. So every journal has an audience. If you're thinking of modern Asian studies, they would accept long articles based on extensive historical and empirical research. So every journal has its own character, every site of publication. So once you have done that, then and you have empirical data, next step you need to do is to contextualize your data. Right? What do I mean by contextualizing? That you have some evidence, and this is something that you actually start doing before you collect your data. You already have read some literature, but even when you're writing, all the research papers that you read will begin with certain kind of review of literature, as we call it. But it is not simply review of literature. Within that review of literature, you have to find a narrative. How has the story progressed in that particular field? Right? So if you're working on, say, violence against women, right? So you have to conceptualize what is your operational category of violence and how does it concur with other theories of violence. You have to operationalize your notion of gender. You have to operationalize your notion of relationships and stuff like that. If you're working specifically on dowry-related violence, then you would look at the literature on dowry and then kind of operationalize that. And you would not look at violence against women. There would be thousands of publications, but if you zero it down to dowry-specific violence, there would be 20, 30, 40 studies, and some of them have been summarized by 5 people. So you can bring that together into 5 lines or 1 para or 2 paragraphs. So contextualizing your research by connecting it to the already existing knowledge. There could also be something which is not being researched, but still you would place your work around that. For example, you have not really seen any research on violence that children of dowry victims go through. We have some literature on childhood, we have some literature on dowry, we have some literature on patriarchy. You will pull that and say there is no research done specifically on children experiencing mental violence or whatever you like to call it, different categories. That's where concepts become very critical, right? So you draw from conceptual literature, empirical literature, and place your work in that. So that's how your narrative is constructed. And then comes the most important part, that you sit down and start writing. For that, obviously, you need to have a language, and that again is both kind of critical thing, but also it's a historically given to us, right? Academic writing is social sciences. The way we are located at this moment, or historically the way social sciences have developed in India, is everywhere in English language. So don't underestimate the value of knowledge of English language. Many of us come to sociology with very poor English language, right? Even if you have done English, you have gone to English medium school, I've seen many researchers, many students, they can't write in English. Right? They have practice of writing some kind of fiction or whatever, but they can't write in English if you tell them to do research writing. So both things are required. One is just the knowledge of language, how to construct a sentence, how to construct a correct sentence. There is something called correct sentence. There is creativity possible. You can state it in very different ways, but at the same time, unless you know English language, it is impossible for you to be able to become a good researcher. I give this example. Many people talk about, why should we have monopoly of English language, right? Well, it's a valid question. I would completely agree with that this is a sign of our colonialism and persistence of colonialism. But the fact is that as an individual, if I want to make career, I want to be read by scholars. I want to be cited by other scholars. I want to be known in my field. So far, in living in India, there are lots of people, if you look at the total teaching of sociology in India, today perhaps 70% of sociology is done in non-English languages, right? In what we call as vernacular or Hindi language, right? 70% plus perhaps. And by now, even 70% PhD theses are also written in Hindi or Marathi or some other languages. So far, I have not felt the pressure of reading a single article which has been originally published in Hindi or in any other vernacular language, and it has been translated into English, and I have to read it. I can't do without it. It doesn't exist. So this is a specific enterprise. Unless we know that language, unless we can communicate in English language, we have no future. Believe me, it is going to be like this in your generation also. Next generation might have a different kind of technological process where you kind of just put your wires on your head, and morning your thoughts in the dreams will all come together, and some other AI will put them together, and that will become a novel. Likewise, when you're doing research, that may also start generating text. Anything can happen, right? Then you don't need research. You won't need research because people would be connected anyway. You just need to kind of put something on your head in the morning, and all the latest information is already inside your body, and you can pick up whatever is relevant or not pick up if it is not relevant. So we don't know where human beings are headed. But for the time being, for the coming 20, 30 years, when you would be in profession, English is going to stay more or less in the same format in which it has stayed with me. Yes, now you have lots of helping hand from AI, but the helping hands can also destroy your abilities. Right? So don't think that I can use Grammarly, I can use AI to write research. That means you will never become a researcher. Right? If you want to become a researcher, if you want to become a doctor, you actually have to learn to operate. Even if you have AI tools, unless there is a doctor, qualified doctor, unless a doctor who has done qualification in surgery, you would not be willing to get surgery done purely through an AI. Right? These are going to be very difficult questions for humanities to come. But for the time being, tentatively speaking, your own personal ability to read, to comprehend, to frame a question, to be able to collect research data, to be able to write becomes very, very critical. Otherwise, we are not in this business. Otherwise, just computers will do. Somebody sitting in California will just kind of switch some button and they will have almost every knowledge on Indian society, which can happen. But for the time being, we are. So when we are talking about constructing narrative professionally, it's not simply something that you're telling a small child. we need to recognize that this narrative is for the same community that we were talking about. Right? So professionally, you have to write a paper, right? Research paper. Remember, the final product has to be a research paper which is publishable in a journal. Forget about everything else. I'll talk about other things also. But research writing today is a writing for a research journal. Right? That is the ideal for us. Research journal which is refereed, which is published periodically. So when we say professional writing, we need to write our research evidence, as I said, constructing a narrative which would be supported by existing literature, review of that literature, contextualizing that literature, contextualizing your finding in context of that literature, but then also putting it nicely. Right? So, for example, a journal says that we accept articles not more than 8,000 words, 7,000 words. This has become the standard thing these days. Some of them would say 6,000. Some of them will say 10, 12,000 is also all right. So you have to keep that in mind. If you want to communicate to a journal which accepts articles max 7,000, including references, notes, you should be 7,000. Don't make it 7,500. Right? Write an abstract. Abstract is 200 words, which would summarize the research, highlight the main finding of your research in one sentence in context of the existing literature on dowry violence. This paper presents data conducted among children below the age of 10 who have all been victims of, whose parents or whose mother has been victim of dowry violence. Just one abstract I've been able to construct, and that's enough. Right? And then you can also, if you have time, if you have space, you can write one sentence. It shows that, it's the male child that gets more traumatized than the female child. So the person is kind of immediately says that, yeah, this is something that I want to know a little more about. So abstract is very critical. These days we also ask for keywords, like violence, childhood, dowry, Indian family, whatever else you think you have used. So there are different things. For example, one thing which again, I keep reviewing papers, I see people mention names of authors while they're writing the text, but there is no bracket given, right? When you're naming somebody, immediately you have to also put in year of publication of the text that you're talking about, right? So that the person can say this is what the person is trying to refer to, right? So this person has done work in 1973. This person published a paper. This is what is being referred to. So when you're in the running text, referencing has to be very, very comprehensive. Page numbers, I think those things have already been told to you. Likewise, the article should have a kind of structure. My preference would be to 60 to 70% of your paper should be empirical evidence. Right? You start with an introduction, some review of literature, and finally conclusion. Right? So once you have done that, and this is something that we have already discussed, what we need to do is what do we write for? We write for a community. Right? It's a community of scholars that gives you recognition. It's a community of scholars that reads you and cites you. So within sociology, there would be 50 different communities of scholars, right? If you go to Indian Sociological Society conference, there are different research committees, right? Each research committee is a different community of scholars. This community of scholars is what your primary audience is. So you're writing for that community of scholars, and then you look for a platform which that community of scholars looks at. For example, for me, because I was also working on some kind of sociology of development or economic sociology, for me, EPW community was my platform, right? Or research committees of certain kinds would be my platform. So before you publish, there are possibilities of communicating your research writing with this community. One is presentations, right? You go to conferences where you present your data and you get some response, right? In the process, you also learn to talk about it, and you also begin to see whether there is a storyline on it or not. Or others will say, oh yeah, this is very good. And similar study has been done by this. You were not aware of that. And when you look at that study, you realize, oh, of course, this is very, very relevant. I didn't even realize, when I was working on debt dependencies for my PhD, and I didn't know anyone else was working. I came to JNU and I looked around. It was a very popular subject among economists. people who were doing political economy of Indian agriculture. I suddenly realized that all these economists who are very established big names, but they're talking complete nonsense because empirical world has moved to something else, and I know about it. Now, if I refer to Amit Baduri, if I refer to 5 other economists in JNU or elsewhere who are talking about mode of production, I can show them that what I am saying, what is empirical reality, is very different from what you are talking about, and you're talking about on the basis of data that was collected in 20 years back, right? So you realize when you make presentations and stuff like that. Likewise, you also have pre-publication platforms, right? You can publish your work as a working paper. In sciences, when lots of people are working on the same subject, and you want to be the first one to show that result. So what you do is, before when you send it to a journal, it will take time in getting it published. You put it on a platform, right? On a platform like ResearchGate is a platform where you can also publish unpublished papers, where you can also put unpublished papers and the community can access it. So if somebody publishes it, you can show this date I had already kind of made my data public, and my narrative, my story is original. This is the one that has come out later, right? So you can experiment with your material at different platforms, and that will give you confidence. That will also give you an idea. So the next stage obviously is that you have to communicate your research finding. You have a data, you have this written a paper, you have narrative, you know that this is the community that I'm writing for, and then you when you're communicating with the journal, you already should identify which journal suits my kind of data best. Right? There are many journals, don't just send it to anyone. Right? So you have to take this very, very seriously. People take it very casually. Either we bhej dete hain, udhar bhi bhej dete hain, it doesn't work. So if your work is the kind of work that is published in Contributions to Indian Sociology, then you identify that journal as the first journal, or Sociological Bulletin, or South Asia, or Review of South Asian Studies, or whatever. So you communicate your paper, you write to send your paper. There would be, these days, everything has, all of them have their websites where you can upload your paper. And they have some systems where you get a receipt and immediately, the process begins. Your paper has been received and we have begun the process of reviewing it. Now, what happens, journals have 2-3 stages. So if I'm editor of a journal, every week I get, say, 30 papers. Right? And our capacity is publishing 10 papers in 3 months' time, 2 months' time. So before I send those papers for reviewing, I'm going to look at it, and I have a fellow editor, she would also look at it, and 80% of the papers would be rejected right away. I would not even process them. And you would get a letter that, sorry, this is not something that interests us. We wish you well and try other platforms, right? So the paper doesn't work there. So 80% papers are rejected. That means it would apply to everyone. Everyone's papers get rejected. I'm well published, but my papers have also been rejected. So rejection is not something which is rare. Rejection in early career is something that you should expect. If it doesn't happen, then you're either very lucky or you are kind of, something that has worked. It's not because you're brilliant. Remember that, right? You might get accepted because something that interests others, but all of us have to go through that process. So these things are part of the game. So taking it seriously. So rejection is the obvious thing that would happen. As I said, 80% papers get rejected straight away. Another 10% get rejected after initial review, right? Rest of the 10%, which eventually half of them get published, will be sent back for revisions. Right? So if your paper comes back with lots of revisions requests or lots of comments, you are the luckiest person. That means there are 2 scholars sitting there who have spent time in finding faults in your writing. Right? They are doing you a favor. The profession is helping you to progress. So don't get disheartened. I've seen people saying that, look at these 3-page comments. My paper is so good. Because it is so good that you have 3-page comments. But if it was not good, then you would have had like half a sentence as comments. So comments is a very, very good thing. And at early stage career, I don't get comments these days, right? So hardly anybody gives any comments when I say something. I also publish when I get invited to write, but that's something which happens after 20 years of your research career. And if you have been successful, half of it is luck, half of it is made of some other factors. So comments are very, very serious. Even when they are rejecting, if it has been successful in getting reviewed, right? After reviewing also lots of papers get rejected and there are lots of comments, then also you're very lucky. Then you know that I need to rework this paper. There are these studies which I did not take into account. You put them together and rework the paper. You can submit it to the same journal. You can submit it to some other journal. And resubmission obviously is very, very critical and it should be obviously done. And once you see, journals at the end of the day are also desperate to publish good research. It is in your interest to get yourself published, but it is also in their interest to publish your work. Once they take your paper, then they want to work on it. They want to work on it with you. You just have to cross that boundary. Don't think that they are doing you a favor. You are also doing them a favor. You're giving them a good paper, which could have also been published in the journal. So journals are also interested in pursuing good authors, publishing good papers. Remember that. So cooperate with the editors. That if they say, no, you have to do this. I recently published a paper last year. It was called Sikh Religion and Contentions Around Caste. It has nearly 9,000 downloads, right? So, but that paper, I did get some comments, but more than comments, I had to work on it 3 or 4 times with the editors on some specific comments. Nobody gave me critical comments, but they said, yeah, this reference is missing. This reference should be like this. This para is too involved. You need to rewrite it. And it came 3 or 4 times, it came back to me and I kept working on it. And that's how perhaps it becomes a kind of, paper that then you get proofs and those are things that you would anyway. So whenever you send a paper to a publisher, they'll send you proofs if you've not heard about it. They'll send you rough publication. And proofs are, in some sense, your responsibility. If there is a mistake in your paper, if the publishers have shared those proofs with you, you would verify that I've read this, all the names mentioned, everything else mentioned is correct. Sometimes proofs can also carry lots of mistakes because the editor who is composing might have put in wrong data or some references missing. And then obviously publication comes. Just 2 more points and I'll stop in another 5 minutes or so. There are other modes of publication, research publication. Yeah. And once you can write a paper, you can do other things very easily. One is obviously a manuscript. Right? Manuscript is when you are publishing your thesis as a book or a research study as a book. A manuscript is basically a compilation of research writings. Every chapter should be a research paper. I published a book called Caste in Contemporary India. Every chapter of that book was already published except for one in some form or the other in different journals, right? But they were all connected to each other. And this was not my PhD thesis. So I wrote a long introduction. I kind of revised those chapters, those papers into book chapters and connected them with each other. So these are manuscripts. Manuscript can be your PhD thesis, one study, but manuscript could also be compilation of your pre-published research papers. So likewise, you have book chapters. When you are writing research paper, book chapters can also be essays and reflections. Journals will not accept essays and reflections as research papers. But in book chapters, you would find it's easier to publish book chapters. It's easier to publish in edited volumes, but they also less valued. Right? So what is valued in the academic journal are journals. Academic life is journals. They also get cited. They get circulated. And in our generation, in my generation also, earlier they used to be libraries. You have this journal here. You don't have. People didn't have access to. Now you have these online platforms, right, where journals published articles. Now they have also been archives for older journals. So you have this what is called a JSTOR, which has also made us part of the global economy, global academy, which is very good for us. You publish it in one journal, and 30 years later, somebody will pick up that paper and it will start circulating again, because that is something which has become fashionable now. So book chapters are easier, but book chapters don't have the kind of life, shelf life that journal articles have. Likewise, you have these days handbooks. Handbook is a compilation of research. Handbooks are more like textbooks, right? I published Handbook of Caste. After that, I've also published a Global Handbook of Inequality, which is an edited volume of 86 chapters. But 5 or 6 of others have also called for helped me do that. So finally, the last point is that as researchers, over a period of time, if you plan to stay back in the field, you should also try to kind of learn to consolidate your research. What do I mean by consolidating research? That your research should be available to your audience. At the end of the day, value of research is going to be judged by how many times it has been cited. If you go to Google Scholar, that is the most standard kind of platform where you would see how many times an author has been cited, how many papers have been cited. So they have something called H index and something called I index, right? Say, for example, if you enter my name on Google Scholar, you would find 70 of my papers or 70 of my publications are indexed in that platform, right? They're I index, right? So all those publications which have been cited by more than 40 times globally, right? Every publication they give score, whatever they have been able to collect, right? Because of the integration, it's possible to find out. So they would give you a score that this publication of yours has been cited for more than 200 times, 213 times. This publication has been cited for 9 times. So the publication that has been cited for 9 times will not appear in I index. The publication that has been cited by 39 times will not appear in H index. The moment it gets cited once again, so my H index will go up. So invariably, when you apply for a position to IITs or many of these places which are looking for best possible candidates, immediately they'll say, has your research been cited by anyone? Lots of people, their research doesn't get cited. So if research is not cited, your research is not of much value. So this obviously happens partly because of the quality of your research, partly because of the kind of community in which you are publishing. Some kind of research gets cited very easily, very widely. Some research doesn't get cited so widely. Where you are located, there are scholars who are, I would say, they are not as good as I am, but because they are located in Western universities, their circulation is very different, right? They get cited more, but now it is becoming more like a level playing field. And you have to compete there. You have to be visible. So how do you consolidate your writing? You consolidate your writing by, say, for example, I was talking to you about my book on caste in contemporary India. All those papers were already published. Some of them were cited also. So I put them together in form of a book. Now my book, Caste in Contemporary India, is the most cited publication of mine, right? So those articles are also cited. So this is how you consolidate your publication. Again, this question of self-referencing, right? So whenever you write another paper, because you're working in a field, make sure that if it is in the same field, you should also cite yourself. So that when the person is reading your paper, knows that she has also published earlier. And these are the papers that she has published. Somebody likes your work and they would want to read everything that you're reading, right? Or they would want to read earlier work of yours also. So it becomes very critical to also do these things. And in the process, don't feel shy of promoting yourself, right? Self-promotion in academics, that yeah, I am the one who is working in this field and my work is very good. Not that you have to, nobody will take it seriously if you're talking fluently, right? But if there is people who don't know about your work, you go and make presentation, they will get to know that yeah, this person is also doing that work. So you have to kind of also consolidate your publications and make it appear like, you know, that you are a productive scholar. And once you begin to be published, then it is easier to get published. This is something that happens to all of us in every field, right? If you're a good doctor, people think you are a good doctor, then you become even a better doctor just because everyone comes to you and your fee also goes up. Same is the situation with science. If you're a good scientist, you get funding. Because you got funding earlier, you have been able to do some work with that funding. It's very easy to secure more funding. So I didn't talk about projects, and project reports are also some kind of, you know, research writing, but that we can talk. So we have, I think I've taken 45 minutes only. We started 7-8 minutes late. If you have any questions, if your tiredness level is 10 plus, then we can leave right now and you can think about it.
How much should we as scholars look for impact factor of journal?
Yeah, that's a kind of problematic thing for social sciences, right? But you can't help it. It's like, the joke about, tell me what will you do if you are stuck in a room and there is tiger inside and the room is locked from outside. आपको कुछ नहीं करना, जो करना है शेर ही करेगा. What will you do, right? So impact factor is something that I use. That this is a scale being used by everyone, right? So it's still, we are fortunate in some sense, but it's also a good way of being accountable. Right? Research writing, it also then becomes a kind of more objective criteria. I mean, with coming of Google Scholar, for example, if I've never studied abroad. I didn't do my PhD in a foreign country. So I get cited. My work is known because even though I'm located in India. So at some level, it also is equalizer, right? So these are interesting things, but they can also be problems because our journals are not listed there and they have their own, again, bias. But it's still not a big problem in social sciences. People are not looking for impact factors as much as it is a problem in sciences. Sciences, every journal has an impact factor, and that would determine how much value it would get in the discipline. So